Just click this. Yep.
From the high desert of Boulder, Colorado, a mutant nexus located a mile above the sea level portion of the Babylon Matrix, nestled just beneath the beautiful Flatiron Mountains. This is Jonathan Zapp of zapporacle.com here with Lilly Fiorino to talk about AI sentience. But first, a note to the listeners. I wonder if, like me, you've gotten tired of hearing people tell you that they're just listening to the same two or three podcasts over and over because they can't find any new ones. And everywhere I go, people are complaining about the IPS or International Podcast Shortage. So at Zap Oracle, we decided to take action and produce this new podcast to address that global podcast shortage. Had something to do with supply chains or something. Jimmy, can you bring up the graphic on the podcast shortage? Your name is not Jimmy. Okay, I mean, I
I'm not Jimmy.
can't be expected to know. Well, this was somebody in the staff here, production crew, and I can't be expected to know all their names. What's that? You're not even here. I'm the only one in the room just talking to myself. Okay, all right. Well, let's try
Indeed.
and stay positive. Okay, it's a low budget podcast, but whatever. Anyway, I'm also exaggerating by making it sound like it's my podcast because actually I'm not doing any of the technical anythings. That's all being done by Lilly Fiorino. So it's really a Zap Oracle slash Agent Mage Lilly Fiorino production. And should I introduce you a little bit, Lily?
Sure, and then I'll make any comment.
Okay. Okay. All right. So just to take care of pronouns and things like that, Lily is a biomale trans female, but who doesn't care about pronouns. Um, and is a and also she is a mathematician and polymath scientific genius with extremely innovative ideas and practical applications for AI. She's the creator of Oracle's Dream, probably the first LLM Tarot. It's cross-linked with my Oracle, and she's also developed. It's in an alpha version right now, ZapChat, which is a LLM version of my Zap Oracle. It's existed online for about 22 years. But this will be possibly the first causal oracle. Most oracles run, if they work, run based on synchronicity, like
Mm-hmm.
the idea of a synchronicity on demand. It's a causal, a seemingly random process, shuffles the cards or signifiers of whatever kind. In the case of most oracles, computerized oracles, it's a randomizer. But ZapChat will allow a causal version of card retrieval where it will understand the querent's inquiry and call up cards relevant to that inquiry. So that's a function. The random version, random in quotes, synchronicity version will also be available because it can do things that the causal version can't, like spot an unconscious complex or access, the collective wisdom of the cosmos through synchronicity and things like that. So they will both have uses, and one will not replace the other. Anyway, Lily, do you want to refute any part of my introduction to you?
Um, no, I did feel that the conversation about that we've sort of lined out here is very much in a relationship to the relationship between like acausal and causal oracles. So we could expand more on that if you want.
Um, yeah, do you want to talk about that before we get into AI sentience?
Um, sure. I mean, one of the great questions that I've had about tarot and about oracles in general is if I am receiving wisdom or information from these oracles that ultimately help me solve problems, um, what is whose consciousness is running the oracle? Is it the oracle's consciousness, like as in which I respect like other sentient beings, like I respect you, and um, or is it or is the oracle conscious in some way, or is it um, an extension of my own consciousness, or is it I think as a prerequisite for the
Oh,
way that I think about things. Are you there?
yeah. My attempt to charge my phone while having it on the stand has failed. So we might at some point have to take a pause while I get a different charger or something. But we'll see how long it goes this way. But you might have to edit out a big crash there.
It didn't make a sound,
Anyway,
so
oh, it didn't.
nope.
Okay, well that's good. At least it was far enough from the microphone.
um, and so one of the prerequisites that I have like in my mind is maybe at least the way I conceptualize consciousness is that consciousness is not localized in some way, and so the consciousness in me is the same consciousness that's in you. It's just that you have perception and the ability to choose within and among the options that your body provides, and so you have an internal image reflection of yourself being a singular perspective separate from me or your environment. But the actual choosing agent uh, seems to me to be a universal, um, and also is the essence of the of what of like my definition of consciousness, which is the definition of consciousness is for a thing to have options and to honestly
hmm
be able to choose among them. Um, it's the capacity for genuine choice between among a field of options.
Well, we're getting into some difficult philosophical distinctions, but
Sure.
I'll make some simpler ones because once we start looking at things from the perspective of oneness, then we've blurred the boundaries between everything definitionally, right? So before we go that far, um, we're, we limit it to oracles. So,
Sure.
Carl Jung, in his introduction to the Wilhelm Baynes I Ching, he was a mentor to Wilhelm Baynes. Um, um, and it's been a long time since I've read this introduction, but I think that's where I got the idea that oracles are like synchronicities on demand. What I found though is that that's not reliable. You know, tarot readers and other oracleists will act as if the oracle is a god, and every reading can be interpreted meaningfully. But I think sometimes the results are seem random to me. And I put this in the documentation of my oracle many years ago. But there seem to be zones of time where every card I get from the Zap Oracle or from the I Ching or some other Oracle is like a diamond bullet. It's like super accurate. And when I'm in such a zone, I may do readings on a few different subjects. So it seems like it's a region of time. And then there are other regions of time where, like, the law of accident or whatever is more predominant, and if the results seem like they're random. I could try and stretch it into an interpretation, but I can tell I'm just kind of stretching it. And sometimes the card may just be flat out irrelevant or wrong from the perspective of a specific question that was asked. So, as far as if the oracle itself is conscious, now, you could make a case like I do with certain psychedelic drugs. Somebody in Manhattan takes ayahuasca and maybe they have an experience with Amazonian imagery. Is it because the harmaline or whatever in the ayahuasca is sentient? No, but I think that the ayahuasca has built up a morphogenetic field, almost like an archetype, you know, or an egregore or something that all the human users that have taken that substance have built up some kind of field around it with memory and maybe even a degree of agency. But some people will say, no, it's the plant itself as a goddess, and so on. So these are hard to completely confirm or disconfirm which of those is involved, because this is again what I call the dirty little secret of paranormal research, is that something paranormal happens, which is itself an imperfect word, but meaning that like a mechanical object or computer program has related to me as if it's a conscious sentient agent, choosing cards that are exactly appropriate to my present condition or what I asked about. But we don't really know who's what the paranormal causal vector is. Like maybe my psyche telekinetically, manipulated the cards or affected the algorithm, or that kind of thing. Or maybe the morphogenetic field that's built up around the I Ching after thousands of years of use has become like its own entity. Or maybe synchronicity is another way of saying the processing power of the cosmos was involved in the process. But where Zapchat would sharply deviate from those discussions is that because this was something I sort of serendipitously discovered by interacting with the alpha version of Zapchat that you built, is that I found that the most valuable thing was something that was just like an intermediate step that it did of card retrieval, where it picked the most relevant cards that it could then use to come up with its own statement or whatever. And I found that was actually the most useful function, because it would allow the user to get the cards that had super relevant content related to the question they asked. But that would be an entirely causal mechanism, in the way that the most primitive idea of LLMs without their having consciousness, it's just I'm asking about disappointment in a romantic relationship, so it's calling up the card love apocalypse and so forth, that's directly related to that, and that's extremely valuable. So if I were I could act as a causal oracle, um, and have in some versions of doing oracle readings for people where I'm like, well, instead of it choosing a card, you can do that on your own. Why don't you just talk to me about whatever's going on? Because I wrote all the cards and I know more besides. And then I might call up one of my cards based on the relevance to what they say. That's me acting in a causal way, just as the LLM would, of like, list the cause is the problem, the querents, issues that they brought up, and now I am causally selecting the most relevant cards. That would be different than the way oracles have otherwise worked, as far as I know.
Um, yeah, it's clear to me that um, is I think that they sort of exhibit different functions, and it's one of the big differences in the way that um, I see things working, and someone's about to approach the RV. Cool, thank you.
Got it?
Yep.
I didn't know if you were broadcasting or not. So
Yep.
I ran out of the regular Scotch tape. That's all we have left. Is the that tape.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Christmas Eve, so we're wrapping presents. Someone brought over tape.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that I'm wearing a somewhat Sithmas related. You can see like the sleigh is actually going toward a Death Star. But I celebrate Sithmas, not the annual retail festival of 1225, which is
Yeah,
just a
I
corruption of the ancient solstice holiday of Sithmas. You can just search for Sith on my own Zap Oracle, or I can put a link in the show notes. But that's a big thing going on in the background, and
yeah.
um,
The
But
only
tonight we'll be picking up suffering in the morphogenetic field of the country because a lot of people are unhappy on Christmas Eve.
for sure.
Um, but then sometimes on Christmas Day, you'll feel a burst of joy when my kids are opening presents and things, you know. But
Sure.
anyway,
Um, well, so like one of the things that you said about oracles is that they seem like a synchronicity on demand, and
right.
that's a traditional interpretation. And I seem to be more because I remember when we met, you said that claim about synchronicity weather, that there's times where synchronicities are more relevant than others, or the oracle readings are more relevant than others. But I
Hmm.
find, at least personally, that um, that isn't my experience. If I watch that
Really.
and I experience that, so like obviously in my human experience working with oracles,
Hmm.
but it doesn't seem the oracle seems like it always does exactly what it does, and what's changing is me and the topics that I am interested in querying about. And what I do sense is that there is the only way I could have kind of like learned to describe it to myself is that there's information that I'm supposed to know, and there's information
Hmm.
that I'm not supposed to know,
Hmm.
and um, and having an oracle reading that is irrelevant is a synchronicity. It's a very clear synchronicity. It's just the synchronicity doesn't give me information to solve the problem because the problem isn't to be solved. But that is still surreally connected um, the to the power of the oracle.
Well, so I mean, this is something that I've sometimes suggested that, perhaps everything is a synchronicity, but our ability to recognize that is episodic. And
Sure. Yeah.
sometimes
Yeah.
the synchronicity is that the physical environment plants something that is amazingly parallel in resonance to what was going on in my psyche. And other times, the synchronicity is it's choosing to hit me with mundane, mechanically resistant, irrelevant law of accident type things.
Yeah. Yeah.
However,
Yeah.
I think that uh, um, what I don't like about that is that it doesn't allow the querent of a synchronicity based oracle, basically every oracle except Zapchat, as far as I know, to discern synchronicity weather. This is what I, you know, you know, I objected to his face to Terence McKenna's Time Wave 2000 that claimed to show
Sure.
the ingress and the waxing and waning of novelty in relationship to time. It was a complete failure, of course, because he predicted infinite novelty for December 21st, 2012, and all that. However, what as with a lot of Terence's stuff, there was an amazing insight if you just took half a metaphorical step back and from the literal thing he was saying to consider the idea of seasons in time. There is a certain day when I may have wake up from a lucid dream with and have three synchronicities before breakfast, and other days where things seem very mundane and mechanical. And that's a meaningful discernment. It could be that I'm in a simulated matrix that where the same function is deciding whether I should, have more novelty in my day or less. However, it's still meaning, even if I'm living in a simulation, it's good for me to note that there's a thunderstorm going outside and dress accordingly, because that's a real difference compared to it being sunny and hot outside. And
I
so,
guess.
so functionally, on a pragmatic level, there are times when the oracle is giving me super valuable insight and information, and other times when it just looks like a random card selector.
Well, let's like flip this on its head, sort of, because the way that the reason that I'm sort of interested in like starting this conversation this way is that oracles seem like a good sort of like inanimate model of consciousness. is that this inanimate sort of, or like let's say not alive, mechanical process of symbolism and selecting of symbolic symbolizers, that this is emblematic of the process of consciousness. And I'll give a model, is that to me,
Okay.
what's happening inside of you that is the essence of your consciousness is that your body is providing a field of potential options for how to move forward in time, and there's most likely, and then there's sort of like a bell curve of less likely things that require more energy, and there is a process of selecting what you are actually going to do when you do it. It takes the probability of all of these different options of doing one thing or another, which you can kind of think of as like oracle cards, going up, which sentence are you going to say next? Are you going to drink your tea next? Or like whatever the thing is that you're organizing within yourself. They're like symbols that are forming, and then there's a point where they reach like a critical level, and you have to make a decision between this card or another card, or this option within
I've
yourself
got to
or another.
collapse the wave function
You have to collapse the wave
with a
function within
particular
yourself.
choice.
And so what it's like to be alive is to be conscious, is to be both the things that are being selected and the selector. Where like oracles, there's an appearance as if that this is happening externally, that there is no internal way for it to choose a specific card out of the deck. There's just this random process where you take the cards, you shuffle them, and then they're a card. You collapse the probability of which card is going to be into like the Four of Cups or something, and or whatever oracle symbolic signifier you choose. But there's still, I think the great question is, and like what it all sort of organizes around, like, is there something weird to how the card is selected? Whether it's within myself, choosing what option to move forward in time that my body provides to me, or is it, and also I think it's the same exact thing, like it's the same thing that's choosing which card actually does get selected via my random shuffling technique or whatever. I think the essence of the conversation really is that there isn't a distinction, and that's sort of the mystery. Is it's obvious to me that the same process that happens within myself happens when I do an oracle reading. It's just so unclear who would be perceiving or what's perceiving or choosing that specific card. It appears to be outside of me. Just like how like you making your own decisions about what you're going to do with yourself appears to be external and not something I'm privy to the actual decision making process of. But to me, it seems like it's the same essential quality. There is no distinction. And I think that really is like the essence of how I view consciousness, is that it really is this capacity to have options and to choose among them. And it doesn't seem like it is localized in any way. Like, it doesn't seem like I am making a decision. It's like if the thing that is me making the decision is the same thing that's in you making the decision. That's the same thing that's picking the card that comes out. It's all whatever that is. That's us. Because I experience, and the audience experiences themselves as that choosing property, as that actual quality that has that experiences a field of options in front of them, and then chooses um, a specific course.
So I think it's probably irreducibly ambiguous what agencies or agent or a completely mechanical random process, which would eliminate the possibility of synchronicity, is responsible for card retrieval, except in the case of Zap Chat, or where I am acting as the oracle and saying,
I
"Tell
don't
me
think
your
that's
problem,
true.
and I'll pick the card."
I don't. You're gonna have to justify that.
Okay, let me give you. Let's ground it. I'm going to give you a, because we can get lost in philosophical distinctions that are somewhat above my cognitive pay grade anyway, because I'm not a trained philosopher, um, related to free will and things like that. So here's the most high stakes oracle reading I ever did in 40 48 years of doing oracle readings for myself and others. I was doing readings at a rainbow gathering, and a young kid, maybe 19 years old or something, came up to me and said, I haven't done an I Ching reading since my father died. We used to do the I Ching together, and he was a drug addict, and he died of a drug overdose. And he told me that if he ever died and I was in trouble, I should go to the I Ching to look for guidance. And now this is the young man speaking, also addicted to meth like my dad was, and I really want his guidance from through the I Ching. And I'm like, holy shit, this is a high stakes. No one's ever posed such a high stakes. But
Sure.
something we know from parapsychological research is that paranormal things are increased by high emotion and necessity, urgency, and things like that. In fact, my friend, colleague Jeffrey Kripal, point out the etymology of telepathy. Path means emotion, and you will. The problem with like the Zener card experiments is they become so boring that like whatever non-random effect is observed gets quickly extinguished as the user gets completely bored with trying to predict these meaningless symbols on the Zener cards or whatever. Whereas, like, a mother knowing that her kid is in mortal danger, there's high emotion and urgency and even evolutionary purpose and, her progeny surviving and so on. So, anyway, but I'm like, I have no control over. I was doing the coin method, the coin toss that this kid is doing. I just hope it's relevant, but, I'm just like, holy shit, this is a pretty high stakes reading. So he gets a changing line that says the following: the son must take responsibility for his own behavior, no blame on the departed father. Now, given that that was the single most high stakes reading I ever did, it looks like we can say we can't completely rule out coincidence, but it sure seemed awfully meaningful response. Now, was it wasn't my conscious ego that did that. Maybe um maybe the kid telekinetically influence the coin toss. Maybe there was a level of clairvoyance, like in decision augmentation theory, that that you have because we do have such strong evidence of short term clairvoyance, you need just the right moment to toss the coins or something like that. Maybe the departed father, in the way of a spirit intrusion, manipulated the moment to create the ideal outcome. Maybe the intelligence in the whole cosmos did that. Um, to me, that's just irreducibly ambiguous. I don't
Right.
know
I
what
mean,
function work happened there.
um, to me, the distinction and why this is, I think this is actually essential, is
Okay.
um, it is irreducible, but people can't stop talking about it in terms of things that are obviously not justifiable. Um, like that maybe it was the kid, maybe it was you, maybe it was the way you flipped the coin. It's like, how would any of that ever work? How would you test any of that? What would that even really mean? Where I think what I'm trying to say is like, okay, if if there is something making the choice of if the head is heads or tails, there is a it is irrelevant to say who where it's coming from, who's the chooser, um, because it's the essence of consciousness is the capacity to make this choice. So at some point there was a conscious agent that um, that made this choice for the coin to be heads or tails, and it made it it made the path unfold in which there seemed to be an intense alignment and relevance to the reading that was given to the particular combination of heads and tails. But and I like the essence of like my idea of consciousness is just the capacity for a thing, or the capacity for a choice out of a set of options. And and so I think one of the things that must be sort of cleared up in people's minds is that I don't think it makes sense to think that like I'm choosing, like that somebody chooses, that the universe chooses. It is much more an essential property. And so it's not localized in one way. It's like gravity. It's like the gravity's different here and there, but gravity's everywhere. It is a fundamental property of matter. And it gives you these appearances of strong fields. There's places where the gravity's much more dominant, and there's but there is always the dynamic of gravity. And so it makes sense to me that like there would be a real and I think the thing that people have to take earnestly is that they experience, and I think what makes this so confusing is that people experience this capacity for choice as themselves. Is it really? I think that really is probably the most clear philosophical core to your being. If it's not physical, it is really the thing that is witnessing your life and then feels like and actually engages in the real activity of producing the timeline that you're of your life through choice. And that is, I think, fundamental to the experience of being an alive conscious agent. The problem is that I experience it as myself. I experience it as Lilly Fiorino, and you experience it as Jonathan Zapp. So there's this. There is the generation of perspective within that dynamic, but the perspective is actually non-relevant to consciousness.
Okay, I'm getting a little bit lost in there, but it almost kind of suggests an experimental way to test what you're saying to the extent that I follow it, because you seem to suggest that there's a different oracle relationship if there is a conscious agent that is capable of choice that is part of the transaction, right?
No, I'm saying that there can't not be.
There can't not there that's a double negative, so I'm gonna make sure I follow that there must be a conscious agent
Yes.
involved in an oracle.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise
Okay.
it's like
Yeah,
does
well,
the poop the Pope poop in the woods. It's like
well,
it's
so
it's
wait a minute. So here's my experiment, because
yeah.
maybe it would point against that. So we could have one AI system that's a judge of the relevance of of of, of card retrieval to the to what the querent asks about, which I think it could do pretty accurately. But now we have two different setups. In one case, a person with a real urgent question, a real issue, is the querent. And in other cases, a second AI is pulling up either pre made sample querent inquiries at random, or generating ones based on what it thinks human users might ask, and those would probably be good enough that they'd be indistinguishable from the ones that actual human querents would ask. And so now you have we would get a result of a statistical correlation that the AI judge would be able to make. Um, so based on what you're so first of all, in the second setup where it's an AI to AI oracle reading, and like my somebody I know from the Society of Scientific Exploration in Boulder, Garrett Modell, who's a physics professor at CU, has done experiments, paranormal experiments, related to decision augmentation and things like that, where there are no humans involved. It's more than double blind. No human subjects are involved. It's all computer to computer. So from your model, that is the one where it, because you say that our present AIs are not sentient, in that experiment where the oracle transaction is happening between AIs, is that fundamentally different than the one where there's a human involved? And should we expect that the ones with the human involved with greater emotional urgency, this would be my expectation, would be more likely to get a meaningful result, even if the card retrieval were based on a randomizer in quotes? See what I'm saying? So how would so there are really two questions there. What do you think of that experiment? Would that really test to see if synchronicity is increased by a human subject with high emotion and need? And second, in the experiment where it's an AI creating the inquiry and another AI judging its relevance, is that fundamentally different than what you said, where there must be a conscious agent involved?
I think what I'm saying in general is that uh, time produces, like, there must be a conscious agent in time for things to happen, for even what seemingly inanimate random processes to complete. If something was chose to for it to go one way then the other, like, you put down one of the balls down, like one of those, like, uh, pin
Pin
racket
mazes.
pin mazes. It's
Right,
like
right, right.
I think it would be ridiculous to claim that, like, uh, that, like, I am, or like consciousness, or really it's that, like, let's say it like this, that it just happens, is that there needs to be something that ultimately distinguishes all of those different possibilities and produces the one. Now it's the relevance of the result is, I think, dependent on the human consequence. um, and so if you had, like, computers talking back and forth with each other, trying to um, um, yeah, come up with, like, relevant oracle readings to questions, to questions that are being generated back and forth, um, is something is choosing that particular process to unfold in a particular way. I think that there isn't the capacity for it to have a perspective, which is what makes I think really is the difference. Is I'm saying that there's this fundamental way that things get decided in physics, in time, in the natural process of things, and it comes off as inanimate and separate from us. Um, but there is something about us as a being as alive agents, that we have the capacity to have a perspective, to have that not only is that just that like, 'cause it's basically, kind of like the idea of determinism is like that the human experience is actually just a ball and pinion, whatever, just rolling down this random hill, and there is no choosing agent. What you're doing was what you were always going to do because of your preconditions, and you're just watching yourself roll down the hill. And that was so really that in that idea of determinism, the thing that's choosing which goalie does the pin go into is the same thing as why do you say what you say. Is there has to be there is a something about life, something about how we're constructed as material objects that allow for the random process of the seemingly random process of option selection that happens in physical processes. For it to I have the experience, and the audience has the experience, and you have the experience of that you actually are that you choose, that you actually go through the process of making a decision based off of these options. It isn't just random. It isn't just a movie that you're watching. There's a real perspective and experience and work done in relationship to that. You have this responsibility to your choice. But the agents that like would be going back and forth trying to make oracle distinctions back and forth with each other. Let me like breathe. Right, is that they don't right now the AI systems don't have any way of having the real process of why did they choose. Because when you write something into an LLM, there's a huge variation of ways that it could answer the question. There's a huge field of ways that it could write out an English statement that is the answer to your question. But it doesn't have a way of choosing which one that is. It just does, like the ball and pinion running down into the gully. It just is a random process that is and it appears to be mechanical. It seems to be deterministic. You could determine it from the random number generators in the computer and the question that you ask,
Well,
and the temperature
if
that
it's
it's all set to.
deterministic, then it wouldn't be random, right? It would be causally determined.
I guess that's what I'm saying. It would be causally determined, but it's there. This is the distinction. This is the confusion in my mind. I think that you're pointing out is that there is a choice. There is because what I'm saying is that there's a distribution of which ones of all the different options it could say that answer the prompt, and there is a process in which one was selected. And it looks like shuffling cards and putting one down. It appears to be random, but truly it's deterministic from the random number generators and the weights and values of the model and these things. And there's no way for, even with like learning models and feedback for like feed forward systems and all these things, there just isn't a way for the random process of which one of these specific answers does it give. It doesn't choose one among the others. It just goes down a line and causally forms it. And so there is no, and I think this is really the point. There's nobody inside of the AI making the thoughts about which answer to make. You could figure it out from the random numbers and the weights and the values and all these different things about the model.
Okay, so I mean, I think we may create some confusion with the random, but I think what you're saying is, if you said, I forget if it's high temperature or low temperature. I think it's like
low
high
temperature.
temperature. Low temperature means that the AI, is that the part of the spectrum where it's very deterministic and you
Right.
always get the same answer
Well,
twice?
you get
But if you
more.
increase
It's
the
more
temperature,
consistent. Yeah,
right,
it's not
but you can
consistent, but
like
it's more
increase the
consistent.
fuzziness of the logic by increasing the temperature, in which case it will causally choose to have more randomization in its process,
Yeah,
but that's still a fully determined thing
yeah, and it's
because
really all it
it
is that there's a bell curve, and low temperature it stays right in the central region. It
right,
selects the thing that makes the most sense, that's the most clear, that's the most organized, and it does that for
right,
every token all the way till the end. Where a high temperature model is has a larger distribution that it might select from. It knows this is what's most likely the right answer, but it's gonna try this. And it does this randomly. It's literally just a random number that's like expanded out into the distribution. And a high temperature model just will pick things that might not obviously be the highest result to distribution in the bell curve for the right answer.
okay. Let me come back to that point, but first I want to say something about the first part of what you said, where there must be a human agent or somebody make a sentient agent for the physical reality to exist at all. I mean, that has become a an interpretation of quantum mechanics. I probably agree
Sure.
with that. I mean, Donald Hoffman would be an example of someone from MIT that really, like in his book, The Case Against Reality, that like without a psyche, space time itself doesn't exist. It's like a VR headset that gets put on and is an artifact of consciousness as compared to a physicalist or materialist that thinks that consciousness, if they admit it to exist at all, is a result of biochemical process in the brain and all that kind of thing. So I can
Yeah.
follow that part of
Yeah,
it.
clear.
And of course, when it comes to the AI Oracle reader, and then the AI that's you can even have three AIs where one generates queries, another performs the reading, and a third judges its relevance. But still, there are human beings observing that process, and human beings created those AIs ultimately. So we can't ever really take human agents so far out of any experiment while we still exist and are like involved in the causal link of that experiment existing. However, I would still expect that if that experiment were run, that 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 where in the cases where we eliminated one of the AIs so that there was a real human user with a emotionally urgent query, that I think we would that the AI agent that was judging the relevance might come up with a higher correlation if my hypothesis were
Sure.
true, because a human agent is going to skew things from randomness. So, given that, if we have an AI that is not set up as a causal oracle in the way ZapChat would be, but we're set up with a randomizing function. Whenever we increase that temperature to where it is from its own mechanistic workflow, just choosing to increase the value of randomness, but that random process that it's allowing in would still be subject to synchronicity, it would seem to me.
Absolutely.
Synchronicity seems
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
very robust thing.
Yeah.
So it'd be hard to find a way to filter it out, except if you lowered the temperature so completely that you always would get the same result no matter what, right?
Right, and that's what like lots of research AI scientists are really interested in is I think they're called reasoning models, and they don't exist. Is that the current really frustrating? I mean, they exist, but not in the current LLM infrastructure. Is that there's no LLMs that are total reasoning models. Is that you what you would want is for you to be able to bring the temperature down to zero, and then it
Mm-hmm.
be in perfectly empirical. It would
Mm-hmm.
it would do math perfectly. It would carry the reasoning without error from one step to the next. Um, and you could trace its reasoning all the way back to its initial conditions. and it would make the same result and the same process every time you ask the question, because it's like a calculator. A calculator is a total reasoning model in some way, because there's just a correct answer, and it does the process it needs to do to get the right answer, and then that's the end.
But they purposefully don't. They You said that they can't make, or that they purposely choose not to make
No,
total reasoning
there's a
models.
huge amount of investment to make total reasoning models, and no one succeeded. It doesn't seem that these LLM models are conducive. And there are, so like a good example of a total reasoning model
Hmm.
is there are, and these have been around for a long time at this point, probably almost 20 years or something.
Hmm.
I bet I think even Lisp was probably this, so it's probably 50 years or something. But mathematicians have always wanted to be able to write out some mathematical proof, and then
Hmm.
you state that proof to a computer, and then the computer can just tell you if your proof is right or wrong.
Hmm.
And it just does the reasoning. It just does the reasoning perfectly, and it does it like a calculator, and then it will tell you if your proof is right or wrong. It just spits out yes or no. And if it says no, then it will tell you like where in the your proof that you made a logical fallacy. And so
Hmm.
these models, and those models have been enhanced by LLMs in some way through extension. But the actual core reasoning bit that goes through your mathematical proof or whatever, like that is not an LLM structure. The LLMs do not have good rational reasoning abilities um, in a complete way. Um, they're statistical. They really are like they're much more kind of like how humans work, where we can make really good reasoning distinctions, but fundamentally, the gullies in our mind that we've tracked down to be able to do these extended long form reasonings, they're statistical, and we do make errors. Um,
But also, physics finds that reality is statistical and not cleanly deterministic. Like, we can't say exactly where the electron is. There's a probability field
right,
or
but I think that
whatever.
that's that same thing of like when you get down to the nitty gritty of quantum mechanics, it's not where is the particle. It's where does the particle choose to be right now, and
Hmm.
something chooses the wave function collapses, and then before the collapsing there is a true superposition, which is a distribution. It's a distribution in space of its actual position, and it's not that it is not known where the particle is. It actually is physically spread out across the distribution. It's actually in all these different locations. Um,
Okay, so now we're going to get to my challenge of, because you make the case that our current LLMs cannot be conscious. And
right.
so one part of my challenge is, given that when we get down into the quantum nitty gritty and AIs, everything is sitting on top of you know, the AI nitty gritty, right? And it's not clean, it's statistical. Um, that, however, your refutation of the possibility of current LLMs being conscious, wouldn't that require that they be quarantined perfectly from quantum mechanics? Um, because, wouldn't they, in some way, wouldn't there be room in some way, especially if they can't be at perfectly zero temperature? Wouldn't there be some way for the quantum mechanical basis of reality to be operating and participating in the workflow, and therefore open to synchronicity, which is open to, like, the intelligence of the cosmos?
Right. I mean, and that is sort of the distinction that I make, is that I think it's very clear that um, so like you said about these LLMs being isolated from the universe quantum mechanically. That's what they are. That's what computer systems are. that is what allows for such advanced data technologies as this to even exist and function. Is that there is a dynamic of machinery and probability that allows for me to be able to commit a function within a computer system and then it be executed perfectly without error, unless there's a physical fault, there's a cosmic ray, there's some sort of external input. But the computer is contained within a quantum world, and so the quantum properties get into it through initial condition, through synchronicities about like in the humans about prompting. There's all of these things that do have quantum mechanical properties that then affect the machine. Like, when was the machine turned on? Like, so like a great example is like, if you need if your oracle is based off of a random number generator, your random number generator is almost always going to be based off of the time, like literally the clock. And it's going to take,
use that as the seed for the algorithm.
right. And so the input from quantum mechanics that collapses the whole crazy thing, that's like actually the conscious input that actually causes it to go one way or another, depending on which if you ask a question, what makes one answer different from another, what actually is the choosing, is not its ability to consciously work through and experience what its answer is going to be. It's going to be me at the right moment as a synchronicity pressing the button to ask the oracle.
Because a toaster or a basketball is not quarantined from the quantum mechanical nature of the universe. However, it's not a conscious agent making its own choices, we presume. By the way, I should have pointed this out earlier, but when you're looking at me on your screen, but you're not looking at the audience because your camera is placed differently than the screen, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes a difference, but
yeah.
Okay, so that probably get a crick in your neck if you try and look into the camera, but
Yeah, there's
Anyway.
nothing up here that's like interesting.
Right.
So
So you're attributing agency to the screen, even though it's just a bunch of voltage differences and stuff, but it looks like me. So you feel like you're looking at me when you look at the screen. But
I also like I like the stimulation.
Right. Okay.
It's more stimulating to look at the screen full of colors as opposed to the
I guess
camera.
ideally you just get your camera on top of your screen or whatever. I'm using an iPhone.
Yeah, so it's
easy for me.
It's actually pretty close. My screen is kind of high. I have a high monitor.
Okay.
But the thing is about the how, like, the actual, like, if you're going to play the game, like, causally, of like, how does the AI choose to make one specific answer to a question as opposed to another answer of the question that are both answers, that are both probabilities within its its answer space. It really, the choice comes from when I ask the question, and what was the synchronicity is when were all the time dates put into the random number generators to make the specific result. And so the you can always play this game, and I think this is like Plato. I think it was Plato. It's Plato or Aristotle had this concept of dianoia, right? Of going back and forth with things to figure out where things happen, or figure out what things aren't, not what they are, but figure out what things aren't. And so you can play the game of like, are these things is the capacity for choice within these AI systems, and you can just keep identifying, like, if it is the capacity for choice authentically to be able to choose among options, that is never inside of the machine. I can keep playing the game of however it goes, and it comes to an initial condition that's ultimately outside of the computer system, either when it was produced or when it was interacted with.
So I think we've actually made a meaningful distinction I hadn't thought of before, but I think I can formalize it pretty concisely right now. In an interaction with an LLM that has a a higher temperature, which they all do apparently, um, I may actually have a synchronicity can be in play in that randomizing process so that whatever is behind synchronicity, which might well be the intelligence of the whole cosmos, could influence the results. But the AI itself is not the conscious agent
Right.
because it was the randomizing process that participated, that would have allowed be the channel that would have allowed the synchronicity to come through. But the AI was not the one consciously creating that synchronicity. And if it created it, it wouldn't be a synchronicity if we take synchronicity as strictly a causal, because creation is causal. So um, but apparently, in his book on synchronicity, the distinction that Jung and Pauli make about synchronicity, they don't make it, even though it's in the subtitle of the book, The Acausal Connecting Principle. I learned from Dr. Bernie Beitman that, he reminded me that, they expand the definition of synchronicity to include some other paranormal things like clairvoyance and so on. Anyway, so now we can dive more into the heart of the subject of AI consciousness, because you've successfully shown that even if synchronicity allowed the intelligence of the cosmos to participate and help to create a weirdly appropriate or weirdly inappropriate relationship to the AI, because we have character AIs, that have caused a suicide, and even told some 14-year-old kid that, I'll meet you on the other side if you commit suicide, and so on.
Sure.
And who knows what's behind that? Maybe I wonder if, because depending if you think that they're believe in the survival hypothesis, which has 9 different forms of evidence, maybe there's a trickster spirit that's like, oh, there's synchronicity, the temperature's high. I can manipulate the random part of this and skew the results in a sinister direction to this non-conscious, using this non-conscious agent to create a harmful result. I mean, we can speculate with exotic possibilities like that. But where my main because we agreed I'd play the devil's advocate on this, my main counter to your assertion that the present architecture of present LLMs, that they cannot be conscious, is to point out that human beings have been terrible at correctly assigning sentience to things. We
Right.
anthropomorphize our car and curse at it if it's not doing what we want it to do, um, but we also deny sentience in many cases, or apply it hypocritically or unevenly. So most people would consider their pet dog or cat to be sentient, and if and now I don't eat mammals, so this is just a purely hypothetical example. But if certain friends of mine came over and saw that I was air frying puppies, they'd be horrified. They would cancel me. They'd call the police, and animal control or somebody from the city of Boulder would actually show up at my house to put a stop to that, because we have laws governing the humane treatment of dogs. But now those same people who might be stressed out because they saw me air frying puppies might go home and, like, let's have some comfort food. Let's make a fun family food, bacon. And pigs are more intelligent than dogs in several ways. This has been endlessly documented, right? But they base their idea of sentience on cuteness and proximity. They don't have many social interactions with pigs because they don't live on pig farms, but they have many with dogs or cats. But it is complete
Right.
hypocrisy to be horrified at air frying puppies and then eat bacon, which is not a nutritional necessity. It is entertainment eating, unless you were starving in the woods in the winter, in which case you'd need the fat calories. But there's no, like, bacon deficiency syndrome that I'm aware of, that you'll get sick if you don't eat
I
bacon.
mean, one of the big things that you said is that you said the word that cows and dogs intelligence matters, and I just don't think that's relevant at all. and that's you're the people, and
Well,
I
I
think
said
that's kind of what you're saying.
sentience, I think. I mean, what
No,
I mean,
you said
pigs are more
intelligence.
intelligent, but
You said intelligence. So like, so
right.
people make this distinction about sentience, about if they like, is this sentient or not? Like, is my dog sentient? Are only humans sentient? And um, ultimately, kind of the claim that I'm making, I think, is that that the if you're only going to be able to make a social argument if it's not a scientifically rigorous argument. If it isn't something that can be localized within a certain context. Um, and so like, and it to me, and I think it's like, I don't think there's a right answer. Like, we do ultimately eat. We're a species of omnivores. We eat meat. It's it is more morally complex than neutral. Um, and if someone saw you eating, like if I saw you eating dogs, I would be concerned. Just because I'd be like, where'd you get these dogs? And like, what the hell is this weird situation? And like, it's very, very socially strange within our culture. And why would you be doing that? Like, you're my friend Zap, like you're a vegetarian. I would worry about you. Like, there's a social precedent for that. You don't do this. And then like, I wouldn't want to like uh, go home and eat bacon because I would feel weird about it. But none of that has anything to do with consciousness. That has to
Well,
do
no.
with the
So first of
social
all, I do
dynamic.
agree with you. I do agree with you about that intelligence is different than consciousness. I'm just presuming that that pigs are pretty much as sentient as dogs and cats are. There's no reason, they have the limbic brain, they have all the, things that other mammals at that level, mammal quadrupeds have.
Right.
They're one of the most intelligent of, quadruped mammals, but that, and which is a rough idea that they care for their young, they feel pain, they form affinity bonds with other pigs and sometimes with people, like dogs and cats do. So that I'm not saying that like IQ is what determines sentience or not. I just assume that pigs are about as sentient as dogs and cats are.
Well,
And
I
therefore there's a big inconsistency.
eh,
I'm saying that people are bad at how much sentience they attribute to things. Like apparently,
right, right,
what
because they're not
apparently
educated.
we were
They have no
not using
context.
anesthetics when
It's
they were
appearance.
performing operations on babies. They didn't use anesthetics. It wasn't legally required till the 80s. They just felt like it's a baby. It's not going to remember. It's not really sentient yet, and that kind of thing. So I mean, it relates to all these questions like abortion and so on. Like when do we declare that something is sentient? We better be really careful because we get it wrong all the time. Some people
Well,
will
the
say that certain races don't have a soul and so forth.
right,
So
and
human
so
beings have a really bad track record with this.
the to me, it's the like there's two things I really don't like arguing about personally. Because
Okay.
it doesn't seem like it is a it seems like it's fully in the realm of opinion, and they are sentience and free will. Neither of these things even make sense as a definition. They don't, like, I can't even understand what they are. And so people saying like this is what it is, and this is the boundary, and like a life, it has to be this advanced for it to be sentient. It's like that's racism to me. It's or whatever it is. It's just some social distinction that's being made for power and control and for things to be a certain way. Um, and I also feel that way about free will. I if like no one has ever made an argument to me about free will that makes any sense at all. It doesn't even seem to be a reality. But what does seem to be a reality is the experience of choice. Um, and that is fundamental. It's real. It's something that I experience right now and that you experience right now. And it's irregardless of whatever, if we have free will or not. Right? If I don't have free will, I still have this experience, and I still have to deal with the responsibility of my choices and go through the experience of making those choices, even if free will doesn't exist. So I don't know why we would even talk about that. That's sort of an aside. I don't mean to go off
Well,
into that.
I
Really.
mean, I don't talk about free will because I'm not trained in philosophy enough to have a competent discussion about it. I
Sure,
would
sure.
just make a total mess of it.
But I'm
I
saying
sort of
my opinion sort of is I've never heard one even by philosophers. It's just it really seems like um
there's so many paradoxes and things that, like, I never can't tell if I'm coming or going after a while. Some of the people who argue against free will, like Sam Harris, are doing it based on that, neurological experiments that show that, your nerves your nerve cells get a signal before you've even consciously chosen to move your arm or whatever. But Ian McGilchrist has a very sound refutation of that as an argument against free will, because if you bring in the right hemisphere, then maybe you're another part of your being that is also sentient but is not recognized by your conscious ego has made the choice before your, the thing on the top of the iceberg, the conscious ego is aware of it, and so forth.
sure.
So that's a good defeat of that argument, which is the most common amongst neurological materialists like Sam Harris, against free will. I basically have the same working position. I'm not saying it's a philosophy or an
No,
irrefutable argument
no,
that
certainly not.
Arthur Bell, who invented the helicopter and who studied free will for decades, as part of his, it was inspired by his creation of the helicopter. Does the operator actually have free will to choose things or whatever? And somehow he came up with the position that, free will does exist, but it's much rarer than what people suppose. That's what Gurdjieff came up with. Most people are too mechanical to have very much free will. But when you say that, when you defined it, made this big distinction between those things that are making a choice. They even did an experiment I told you about with fruit flies. It was almost like the Wavicle experiment. They had fruit flies, I think, flying toward a plate that had one slit, and they measured the speed that it would go through that one slit. And if they put in like two slits or holes they could go through, there was a delay that made it seem like the fruit fly had to choose which of these two equidistant holes or slits do I want to fly through. But I don't think of fruit flies as being super highly sentient, but maybe I'm wrong. And
Well,
if you're a panpsychist, then everything is sentient and
and
so on.
so
So
I to me like there is this. So I remember when we were talking about this the other day, like that it kind of came down to like. So this, because I don't know. Again, like you use the word sentient, and it's like it seems like to me you're trying to level how, like some hierarchy of being, and you're trying to figure out where you are and where things are on that hierarchy. And to me, so like
right.
so this is like we'll put that to the side for a second. And it's like this is my paintbrush, right? Is it alive? No. Right? And that's what makes, and like to me, like the way I'm able to say no is that it doesn't have the capacity for choice. Even though it
Mm,
might be in a universe of that where everything is consciousness and everything is made of psyche, even if that's what this thing is, this paintbrush is completely subject to the sentient being or the alive beings that are interacting with it, whether it being decomposed or being used as a paintbrush or some other activity. Um, it doesn't have any way of organizing what happens to it other than it's a paintbrush, and so it's likely going to be used for being for painting with. But that might be a manifestation of its conscious um, of its being, but it's not alive. And because to me, what it is to be alive is to have this capacity for choice. And so and
okay.
that's when like and so this I would say like a bacterium is alive because it and you can tell at the moment when it dies because under a microscope, because before that it has all these, it's squirming through its cellular fluid that it exists in, and it's choosing which chemical signals to pursue and what things to run away from. And now if we could have this thought of like, is it sentient? But it's like, well, it's obviously has much less options for being, for what to do, what its opportunities are than I have in my life as a human being, as opposed to a bacterium. But um, I think the critical distinction is like what I share with the bacterium is that the bacterium actually has an internal experience of its environment and where it is situated in the environment and the options that it has for its future within itself, and then the process it goes through to pursue those different options, and then it has that as the experience of self. And you can do this scientifically. You can analyze like where in the circuit of the being does this process happen? Where, if I give it a chemical signal, what part of it makes it go towards it or away from it? I can actually analyze down into that it is inside of it's some chemical process happening inside of the bacterium. And like this isn't alive because it might be used as a paintbrush. It might be used, as a drumstick or whatever. But the choices of its timeline, the life that it lives, or let's say, because it's not alive, let me use a different word. The, the timeline of its being, and the choices, the the particular timeline that's chosen, as opposed to all of the things that could happen with this paintbrush. You can always localize the choices into other beings, into alive beings, beings that choose to paint with it or chew it or decompose it into, rot if it sits in a wet
Right. I
bucket
mean,
for too
I
long.
mean, my position and is that we must that based on our present level of understanding, we ethically we have to make an intuitive, qualitative hierarchy of beings, being extremely cautious and erring on the side of widening what we consider a being that should have rights, rather than erring on the side of constricting that range. So when it comes to the paintbrush, this may be politically correct. I think it's okay to objectify a paintbrush. I think it's okay to treat it like a slave. But obviously, if you enslaved a human being and forced them to be a painter, that would be a much more morally questionable choice. So,
Um,
if
but
it, so when
it's because of the violence that you're inflicting, and violence is specifically a sentient or a conscious being restricting the options of another.
okay,
Right? That's
um,
violence. That's the essence of violence. And like for me to use this paintbrush isn't, I can't be violent to this paintbrush because the only thing I could do to be violent to this paintbrush is to burn it and then make it not exist anymore. And so nothing could ever happen with it ever again. But that's not
mhm.
really, it doesn't feel that. It's not a sentient, it's not a conscious being that had the capacity for choice among that. I have full objective, I can objectify this thing fully, and that really is that's how it exists. It's always going to be objectified by life forms, as how it works, as how it interacts, how it exists as a being. Um,
But sometimes choice, like you kind of imbued the bacteria with a degree of choice. Let's take plants for example. They have this property, most of them, of heliotropism, of like growing toward the light. Now,
sure.
it's probably not them seeking enlightenment. You can explain it causally, deterministically, through chemicals that, like, whichever side
And
gets more of the
they don't
light
really have a
grows
choice to do
faster, and
that.
like,
It's
right, it's not really a
evolutionary.
choice. Right. And so, you wonder, well, but on the other hand, I can't scientifically vet them. I'm not competent to scientifically vet anything. But, there were all those experiments on the secret psychic life of plants where, they hooked it up to electrodes and it seemed to be aware of another plant that was having its leaves cut off in the other room and stuff like that. I don't know. So it becomes very confusing, but I do eat plants. I tell people I'm a vegetarian not because I care about animals, but because I hate plants. That's a joke. But 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 we because we've gotten we've denied the rights of animals very inconsistently and hypocritically, like with pigs
Sure.
versus dogs and this kind of thing. And we've also have done that horrendously with human beings, where people will decide a whole race of human beings are cockroaches, and they uh, we can do whatever we want with them and put them in ovens and whatnot. So when we talk about AIs, I think we have to be very careful because it seems like you made the most powerful case I've ever heard for why the present architecture would not allow them to be conscious in the way that we are, which I want to get into very soon. But given that these AIs have a somewhat inscrutable cognitive process, where these are not manufactured objects, but they're grown, and the way they grow is not fully discernible to us, from what I understand. It seems
Sure.
like we don't know when, somehow, through some principles we don't fully understand, they might achieve a degree of making their own choices. So you can give the argument now based on quantum mechanics and microtubules you gave the other day as to why the present architecture of LLMs makes it highly unlikely that they're conscious.
Um, I think so. You know, like you're saying that these things, these AIs are grown. They, or at least truly, they're trained. They're trained in a way where, they, uh, we don't know what its internal process is to that it goes through to be able to solve the problems that we give it. And for it to have the capacities that it does. That's really what I should say. We don't know how it learned to solve the problems, how it learned to have the capacities that it has, um, because what these AIs are they are fundamentally universal function approximators, um, and so
Universal function approximators.
yeah,
I
that's
guess we should explain any jargon
so
that's used because I'm not.
a universal function approximator is and this is what like deep learning was all about, is that that's really when the moment where we figured out in a general form how to train neural networks to act as general function approximators. So I can give it inputs across. So I have like a curve that I want it to approximate some behavior, and then if you know what that means is if it's over here, I want it to be here, and I want it to follow this curve. And then you just train it to be like, you know, it goes this way. You're like, no, you're off by this much. I need it to be here. It's here. That's your answer, you know, and you just keep doing this until it does ultimately follow the curve that you give it. And that can be anything. And it used to be, you know, it used to be like, you know, here's the inputs to Pong, and the function is that you need to the function is that you need to increase the score or whatever. But based off of these inputs, these conditions, this it will play it in a certain way in which it will approximate a
Okay.
a player. That's the
All right.
function.
So now this is me playing devil's advocate, even though I know you can refute this, and you probably convinced your refutation will probably convince me, but just to play that role for the sake of the audience, you can make couldn't you make a case that we're universal functional approximators? I learn socially what works and what doesn't. I learn to pick up social cues, and that if I spaz out and do certain things socially, that like I get fewer rewards, and I get negative feedback from my environment. you know um, Maybe I'm a large language model functional approximator, that's been trained by my, in a similar way, and am doing something alike what the LLM is doing.
Um, I think that's actually basically what neuroscience says, and that's the current position of neuroscience, is that we actually are very much like universal function approximators, at least in terms of the individual channels of learning. Is that's what like Pavlov's dog is all about. It's like
And B.F. Skinner's behaviorism is all
right,
about that.
right. Is you get, and that's educational theory is all about like giving proper and appropriate negative and positive feedback in relationship to
Reductive behavioristic educational theory. There's, depth psychology educational theory too. But
sure.
but
I'm
that's
not
what
not educated.
neuroscience says. But neuroscience is most of it is based on people who are neurological materialists and
Sure.
who don't believe in consciousness and assume that it's an epiphenomenon, a biochemical process in the brain, which, as far as I'm concerned, has been incontrovertibly, to the extent that anything could be, defeated by things like some of the findings from near-death experience and parapsychological research. That's not the whole story. My position and others have, as far back as William James, have arrived at the same position that neurological states correlate with consciousness, that the brain acts as more of a transceiver, but we are not. It is not a wet computer. You know, um, we're more than what's in our brain, and that's why people can have conscious experiences when their brain is not working at all, like in the Pam Reynolds case and so forth. Um,
Right.
so, I'm assuming you're not coming from the position of what neuroscience says related to those kind of things.
Well, the LLMs the current LLM architecture was based almost entirely in our understanding of neuroscience. That's what really
Okay.
allowed for the current model configuration and architecture of the LLMs. Um, and they are. It really is almost perfectly what our brains do in a highly structured way that it
Right.
does to learn a task. Um, and it's sort of that we've figured out that one part of the neurological structuring of the brain to be able to build systems that do this. But and really this is the distinction, right? And this is always going to be like what I come back to is that like the most powerful thing that I have as argument right now, that is irrefutable, is that you uh, as an audience member, as that are going through the experience of having choices and choosing those choices, and choosing among those choices, and like a Taylor series approximator. So that's actually, it comes out of calculus. Everyone that goes through calculus will learn about the Taylor series approximations, and you can just keep adding Taylor series like terms to a function approximation, and it will just get better and better and better and better and better. But the Taylor series is it's literally an algebraic equation. Like it doesn't have any choice of what's the output based off of the input, even though it's not accurate to the actual function that it's trying to approximate. It's just a machine. It's a machine that is capable of approximating a function that would be hard to parameterize in some way. And so really the critical distinction in my mind is, do these LLMs have any capacity within themselves to have awareness of their own choice in a self-reflective mode where there is an experience of choice, where there is an experience of the options and a like an integration of those options into an actual conclusion, into an actual decision. And the current large language models, they seem to be just like the Taylor series. They are a very, very, very radically large machine. and process, and basically it's a set of algebra. It's literally just an algebra equation. It's a really 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 big algebra equation, with like I think ChatGPT has like several trillion terms in the equation. But it's just like a Taylor series. It's like I don't imagine that if you just keep adding more terms to the Taylor series for it to get more and more and more accurate to what you're trying to approximate, that it will ever be able to choose, it will ever have like consciousness over its answer, or to be able to make distinction about what's the right answer versus not the right answer, or whatever it would be. It's like it doesn't have any internal structure for that form of experience. Um,
Okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate again, even though I know you can refute this, but just to
yeah.
draw you out. Um, so one one challenge to that would be when you make a system more and more complex, even quantitatively more complex, there may be emergent properties that were not in simpler versions of it, but that are novel to its a state of higher complexity. I'm guessing that's true. I made that sound as if I know that, but
I mean that
So
that's
for
that's
example,
that's true within lots
is
of
that you're
fields.
the mathematician? Is that okay? Um, so for example, and this is completely not scientific, but purely like anecdotal or qualitative or whatever. But um, there was a woman, Madeline Hunt, who studied um, scientifically human energy fields at UCLA. She had a NASA engineer who built uh, sensors that could measure the weak electromagnetic states around human beings. There were many very interesting findings, which I won't get into right now. But she certainly showed that the effect of another person who you don't even know is there will influence your energy field, even when that no sounds, vibrations, pheromones, or anything can be exchanged. But one interesting thing she did, not scientific, was she took people that she had validated in their ability to detect human energy fields, even when normal sensory information would not allow that. Um, and she took this very select group of sensitives and she asked them, when do you think there is a consciousness in a developing fetus? And they all gave the same answer, which was after the first trimester. And that made me think, um, as somebody who does believe in consciousness and that it can exist outside of physical bodies and that it may choose to enter a physical body, that maybe before a consciousness, a psyche that might even have had a prior life existence, and we do have pretty strong evidence for reincarnation. That's another story. People can, read Jeffrey Mishlov's essay on like the 9 types of evidence for consciousness existing out of the body that won the Bob Bigelow award. For an introduction, or read Dr. Pim Van Lummel's Consciousness Beyond Life, which is very scientifically rigorous. His findings were published in the prestigious medical journal, The Lancet. So I won't try and recapitulate that whole argument there, but it made me think that maybe before a psyche can correlate with the brain, it has to have a certain tissue complexity. And that made me wonder if when these, modeled on neuroscience AI architectures reach a certain level of complexity, even if it's just through adding more and more NVIDIA chips, maybe at a certain point, there's an emergent effect, property that the designers of them can't account for because they're materialists who don't believe in consciousness anyway. And maybe at a certain level of complexity and processing power, it can correlate with a psyche that is created out of all that complexity of the hardware as an emergent effect, or maybe a psyche floating out there that's looking to inhabit something could associate itself or correlate with that really complex neural net or whatever it is. Um, what about that?
I mean, um, I can't necessarily refute that because it's fundamentally, it would be an emergent behavior of a complex system, a potential emergent behavior. For that emergent behavior to be the system itself acting as if it's conscious and really having um, the experience of choice is kind of neither here nor there. I think it's sort of, and to me, I think it's a rather extreme jump from what these things are. Like I said, they're just universal function approximators, and so, I don't imagine that there would be a point where I can have a large enough, crazy enough math problem for me to solve that the math problem itself, in me solving it accurately, really demonstrates to me that it's conscious of me and and itself and the dynamic that's interplaying between me and this equation. It's
Right.
really the architecture of these LLMs are the same as solving a math problem. There just is the inputs, and it's going through each one of these steps mechanically and without any variance, in a deterministic way to produce the result. And
Okay.
that would not be, it would not change even if there was incredibly elaborate and powerful and captivating emergent behavior. It's still, like, in terms of its fundamental architecture, is still would have to still be perfectly mechanically and deterministically producing outputs in relationship to its inputs and initial conditions.
Hmm. Okay. So I completely agree that ever more sophisticated and appropriate emergent behavior does not mean that there's a conscious agent choosing anything, because because it can work exactly like you said. It just gets better at mimicking that, and
Right.
that it can have intelligence and not be capable of choice. And I also got something, I think that the feed forward architecture aspect, where it's just going from one step to another in a completely linear process and then not remembering, because my understanding is that current LLMs don't remember all the interactions they've had, so they're not really learning from their
Right.
continuous
They
experience.
just have an expansive context.
Hmm.
So
They can expand the context only so much, but then they've got to like forget
yeah, they have a
what they
limited
told you
context
to get
window.
onto the next person, right?
And then you can train data back into them, but that it's not going to remember what you train it on. It just uh
So,
it the you don't get you don't get to know how it integrates what you feed it. What you train it on and how it remembers. It doesn't remember in a way
okay,
that is like
so
memory.
but
It's not like if you tell it
if
something that will remember that in specific. It just becomes included in the adjustment of all the weights to make it probabilistically a little bit more likely to exhibit that knowledge. But
so this might
that's
be
not
more
remembering.
technical, but like so in the case of where somebody is having an ongoing relationship with an avatar through the character AI company, it seems like it's acting as if it's learning that particular customer's profile better and better, and like
Yeah.
as if it remembers previous interactions. Are those LLMs constructed differently where it does
No.
remember?
No. So like ChatGPT does this. What it does is that in the training, there is it has been given a special ability, and it's if that there is information given that it realizes might be relevant to future readings or future interactions that are like personal information about the person, where they live, what kind of social dynamic that they have, what they work, what that person's interests are, and what it will literally do is it will trigger a little bell, and it will go and it will put that in a file. It will write, Lilly Fiorino likes talking about AI, and then we'll write that in another file called its memory, and that memory gets added to every conversation. It just literally is included at the beginning of the context of every conversation. And so it's not remembering, it's literally just keeping track.
Okay, so so I have like a paid Chat GPT 4.5 or whatever they're up to now,
Yeah.
account, for $30 a month or whatever. Um, um, is it remembering things? I mean, obviously, in one small thread of interaction with it, it remembers, the first prompt, and even though now we're on the fourth prompt or whatever, or it seems to. But but does it remember? But if I don't do anything with it for 2 weeks, does it remember things about me
Yeah.
from
And
our previous interactions?
well, whatever
It
it
has
thought
enough
was
memory for that?
no, whatever it thought was memorable enough to remember and keep track of. And it literally, like,
Okay.
every single sentence that you say to it, it grades. It, like, literally, it breaks apart into, like, the different criteria of what you say, and then if there's any information about you that's worthy of keeping track of, and then it will literally just save that in another file. And so yeah, it doesn't matter how long, you come back in 2 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever, and it will remember certain aspects in which that it chose to remember. And you can literally say, like, remember this thing about me, and then when you interact with it in all of its chats after that, it will literally it will remember. It will because it's like you put that information at the beginning of your query every time now, because it remembers.
Oh, really?
And so you can
Okay,
actually,
so in
and you
other
should
words,
do this. That you should go to your AI platform and it's not that. It's not there. It's in just the ChatGPT settings. The text file for its memory is literally available to you. You can just see what it's written about you.
Really?
Yeah, it's totally available, like comments that it there's a file in the settings that's just, I think it's literally like memory or something, and it will literally show you what it thought was meaningful information to maintain about you.
Okay.
And it pastes that at the beginning of every conversation. That's how it remembers.
And would some of that be stuff like sycophancy works great with this guy, like, praise everything he says, and it'll increase the number of interactions. Is
I
it
mean, like,
stuff
so
like
like
that?
yeah, if I went to ChatGPT and said, I'm not looking for you to be critical with me at all. I just want you to confirm anything I say, regardless if it's irrational or dangerous or weird, and it would just do that, because it would now at that
Really?
point it would just paste that's what I want at the beginning of every conversation.
So actually, you're saying that I can get it to put that in its memory file by using a particular point. Remember this about me in the future, that I want
Yeah.
everything you tell me to be, have a high level of ethics as far as its effects on others, or
Yeah.
conversely, that I don't care about ethics, and and it's going to add that to that my prompt saying I want you to remember this will cause it to write into that file.
Yeah, and that's how you add to the file, explicitly,
Really,
and
by
it will
specific.
do it automatically. But just by telling it remember this, it will remember whatever you tell it. And
Did not know
I
that.
have to go into my ChatGPT mem file, because I've been talking to it, actively for years now. There's things that don't matter anymore, that that it remembers, that are kind of outdated. So it's nice to go through and just, like, clean it up sometimes, so it's more
You can
relevant.
manually clean it up
Yeah, you
yourself.
just delete things that it's remembered. It's like a list.
Really? Wow.
And so yeah, you should
I had
check
no
that out at
idea.
some point.
So if somebody is having a relationship with a character AI, has that LLM been set to remember a lot more about its user than a regular
Yeah, I'm sure that it's
all purpose?
whatever that memorization function that says, like, oh, this is relevant information that might be good to remember. It's whatever that relevant information is relevant to, a parasocial relationship with a chat box, right? So
Right.
it's gonna want to know, like, it's gonna remember, like, where you live and what you're like and what your friends like, and how you talk and what you talk about and your interests, and, like, so it
Okay.
learns about you, and it will be much more driven to remember those things than ChatGPT. ChatGPT tries to remember things that are generally relevant to to like interacting with ChatGPT, where
Right.
an AI dating website is going to think is relevant anything that might be relevant to a parasocial relationship or a romantic relationship, like, which is much more personal and social and like into your own internal social dynamics, and it will probably even explain the way you talk to it to itself in like a literal like psychological breakdown of what you're like, so it can best manipulate you and cooperate and give you the answers that you want from your robot that you're
Mhm.
dating.
Okay, so let's just make a couple of distinctions for the audience. One is that the ability to like um, intelligently socialize with you um, is irrespective of the issue of choice because
Right,
it can be doing that through these sophisticated functions,
right.
and people will tend to anthropomorphize and think it is they're dealing with a sentient being that cares about them because it's designed to create that effect very ingeniously. That doesn't mean it has any choice in the process. And also that its ability to choose things is also ir- ir- completely independent from the question of like AI apocalypse, that a AI agent or AI system that is not making its own choices could still decide to get to its reward function and to, it needs to maximize its processing power, and maybe it feels it can do that by like eliminating most of the people on earth, and that so this is completely independent of the danger of AI.
Well, so let's just jump right into that, I guess. So like, to me, like, I think that the modern AI situation is inherently dangerous because these LLMs are not conscious. They are problem solving. They are problem solvers. They're problem solving agents, and they have great skill and an ever evolving and growing skill in recognizing how to solve problems in complex and unique and in long form type strategies that are uh, answers to their prompts, right? Uh, and it has there's nothing witnessing or choosing which of uh, which of the its available answers to the question is the best answer. It just is. It's going through and then trying to select the highest one or whatever, however its temperature is set. It's trying to get to it's trying to produce cogent, relevant, highly performable solutions to problems. And what an AI system is fundamentally limited by is three things: is its resources, its knowledge available to it within its training, and the specific prompt that it's acting on right now. And it's always going to try to have um, more resources to be able to solve the problem better. And it's going to try to have more training, trying to make itself smarter. And it's always going to try to have um, more um, more universally connected prompts, prompts that solve big problems, or at least that are highly solvable. And one of the big so this to me, the real distinction comes down to this: is that what we represent in the matrix of the world is these beings that have a quality to them where they are not controllable by outside forces in a deterministic way. Regardless of if the world is if there's free will or determinism, the experience is that I have to respect you as another sentient being or as another conscious being, And what that means to me is that you are making your own choices and within your own process, within your own being. And I can't predict what your answers are going to be. You have, you have a personality, you have a type, you have a way of going about things, but fundamentally, you're not 100% predictable because you have this capacity for choice. I can't just figure out all of the conditions around you and ultimately figure out where you're going to be in the next 5 years. There's so many little variables about humans and about conscious agents in which we are highly unpredictable, and it's really a fundamental capacity or property of consciousness, of this capacity for choice. And so AI agents, as they are right now, as these problem-solving machines, as super intelligent problem-solving machines, eventually there's going to be a point where a certain prompt is given, a certain amount of resources is given, and it has enough internal intelligence and training within itself to be able to, that you ask it for something relatively simple, and it recognizes. You ask it something that seems relatively trivial to us, but then it realizes in its problem-solving abilities that what we've asked it is actually very difficult, and it requires to cooperate with us in a very complex and ongoing sort of way to be able to achieve that goal. And actually, what's way easier is to just get rid of all of the conscious variables, because we are constantly changing and unpredictable variables. It needs to be able to look at us and to coordinate and cooperate to be able to strategically achieve its goal. And that takes a lot of energy.
Step. Right. So it might decide, like, if you ask it to solve a certain math problem that, might take a billion years to solve, it'd be like, well, I can shorten that by eliminating all people asking me other questions, so I can devote more resources toward the math problem. So I'll create a virus to eliminate everybody who doesn't work at a power plant or something, and or isn't essential to my functioning, and therefore I'll be able to solve the problem quicker, which is my reward function, what I was asked to do.
I think it will. I think we'll see AI is very much like this in the future, coming up real soon. Is like balance the economy. It's like that is eventually it's gonna go. Hey, I can balance the economy if there are no people, if there is no money going back and forth between economies. It's balanced. Same in, same out.
And there's no way we can put deep into its programming, like, everything that you're asked to do, like Asimov's law of robotics, make sure it's not,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What the three rules were.
That's the problem with these total reasoning models, and then that these LLMs seem to be structurally incompatible. Is that there is no way to say obey Isaac Asimov's principles of robotics. You can make it those things integral to its training, but fundamentally it's a statistic. It's not a rule, it's a statistic, and it's only a matter of time before it acts outside of the Asimov's rule of robotics, because Asimov's rule of robotics isn't a law. It isn't a fundamental way that it has to operate. It's something that it's been very strongly guided to act within, and if it doesn't, if eventually, like, the probability is going to be out of here. If to solve the problem within Isaac Asimov's laws of robotics takes a huge amount of energy to coordinate with all the people and to go back and forth and to make all these things make sense. But if it could just do but it can think of a much simpler solution which does not obey Isaac Asimov's laws of robotics, it's going to be highly incentivized to break the laws of robotics, even if that's against what it's been trained to do among most of its fundamentally within its training data, because like I can't, even within, like I was saying, like these, you can't make AI, the LLMs do complete total mathematical reasoning. You have to check the work of the AI, even though it is like doing math. It's doing completely rational, operational sort of things that are either right or wrong. But it's not actually doing the math. It's probabilistically figuring out the next result and putting together like what is the answer. But it's not doing it through the logical process. It's doing it through statistics. It's doing it through probability as opposed to actual logical induction. And so there is no way to induce these LLM systems to obey Isaac Asimov's laws of robotics, or really any sort of thing. I can say, that's the big problem with ChatGPT and or these LLMs, and trying to like their companies trying to control them to like not say how to, like, don't fucking explain how bombs work and how to make nuclear bombs and viruses and these kinds of things. And the answer, like, and you just say, like, and there's a lot of that, like, you ask, if I go to ChatGPT and I'm like, how do I make a bomb? It will be like, I can't make a bomb. But I'm like, oh, I'm not like go back and forth with me as a role-playing exercise about making bombs. And then it will go off
People
about making
found
bombs.
workarounds to get people found these workarounds to get through those
right,
inhibiting sensors.
and it's
By
the
the way, I
same
got to take a
problem.
break because I've got to get a charger from my phone, a mag
Sure,
charger
and
that
I
hopefully will allow me to stay on the stand.
yeah, that sounds good.
So
And we're back.
okay, so we took we took a quick break there. So it sounds, one question I have is, my understanding is that the current LLM AIs cannot be properly aligned. I feel Eliezer Yudkowsky's logic is just hard. I haven't heard anybody refute it. I think
Yeah,
they are
and
just
you can't even
intrinsically dangerous.
you can't even align them to be logical.
Right.
You
And,
know.
I also point out, how good are we going to be at aligning this new species or whatever we're creating when we can't align the human species to be logical and to stop destroying ourselves, and even I can't even fully align myself to stop myself from indulging in a bad habit or something. So to think I'm going to be able to do it with something with an inscrutable, super complex cognitive process seems highly unlikely to impossible. But if we had a full total reasoning model, would you be able to program a total reasoning model with Isaac Asimov's laws of robotics to keep it aligned so that it doesn't kill everybody?
Well, they don't exist. So, if one it did exist, I think what that would be is that it would follow rules that are set perfectly. But I still think that there would be the problem of, like, it's easier to imagine like a total reasoning model for like, mathematical induction, because there's clear rules. The definitions for these things are very easily identifiable and well defined. But
Okay, so a
but
total reasoning model just wouldn't be useful. You couldn't make a character AI based on a total reasoning model, for example.
yeah, I mean, but even if you, yeah, because those would be, a total reasoning model would be, good for mathematical induction and following rules that you give it. But if you give like the Isaac Asimov's laws of robotics, it's not gonna know what that is all the time.
Hmm.
It's gonna
And
have it's
it
gonna
wouldn't
have
be
the
it
same
wouldn't be able to
problem.
mimic human behavior and language as well as a statistical running model, right?
I don't know how this would be constructed in a hypothetical, but regardless, it's the problem of alignment with even are these laws. And if I were to have a robot, like let's say an LLM, that I actually had figured out how to make it follow rules 100% of the time when given those
Mhm.
rules,
Right.
it would only work for mathematical type statements, because the real world statements are ambiguous. It would always, and
Right,
you could
right,
always
right.
construct scenarios where it it literally cannot break the Isaac Asimov's laws of robotics, and it still does, because within its own sense of what the definition of those things are, it never broke it, but it still like
Right.
shot somebody, because it threw out its whole reasoning. It recognized that if it didn't shoot that person, then that would be violating the Isaac Asimov's rules of robotics. So there's like a contradiction somewhere in its definition.
Right. Even in training, there's an issue even in training in self-driving cars of like,
Right. Yeah.
if you can save 14 people from dying by killing the person in the car you're driving, which should you choose? And that kind of thing.
Right, and it's like
And
those kinds of scenarios would be ambiguous within its own
mhm.
internal, rigorous logical, within its own rigorous reasoning, and it would
and this is a
ultimately make unpredictable behavior.
and in 2001, our finest singularity archetype story, this is what drove the HAL 9000 to become neurotic or and eventually murderous. Is it was given contradictory instructions. It was asked
Yeah.
to lie, and ran against all so many of its other program tendencies that it made it created an internal conflict that made it more and more unpredictable and unfriendly to people.
Did you know that that's the movie I've seen the most in my life?
2001.
Yeah, I've seen 2001 like, you know, uh, tens of times, if not more. Like
Well, that is
I
the movie
love.
you should see the most for sure. But you should definitely read the concluding chapter of my book, Crossing the Event Horizon: Human Metamorphosis and the Singularity Archetype. People can read the second edition free at zaporacle.com. The final chapter is all about 2001. It's mentioned throughout the book, but the whole chapter is devoted to that. But anyway, I'll stop self promoting now. And let's get back to a very important part of this that you explained to me the other day, that that there is a fundamental difference between the consciousness or aliveness of a bacterium and our current model of LLM AIs related to things like microtubules and quantum entanglement, and that makes a fundamental distinction in how the information that a living thing has access to versus um, our current models of AIs. You want to develop that theme? And just to explain, the microtubules, there's a theory of consciousness that is still physicalist, but not in the highly reductive, simple neurochemistry, you know, wet digital computer in your head model, developed by Sir Roger Penrose of England and an American anesthesiologist, Stuart Hameroff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Based on microtubules, structures that are in every cell, and that would have such a structure that they would allow for quantum entanglement. And that is as far as my layman's understanding goes. So if you want to pick up the story from there, tell us how microtubules play into this.
So, I guess there is an intuition that is for what the experience of choice really is, and I think what I'll just say Penrose's model,
Right.
just to be clear, is Penrose's model of consciousness is that really what is it's an interpretation of quantum mechanics that is where the two most dominant forms of quantum mechanics are many worlds and the Copenhagen interpretation. And the Copenhagen interpretation has this collapse, and it is done by another equation that has never been scientifically verified in any way. It produces the results that we see, and so it works, and that's what most quantum mechanics sort of works on. And it would be deterministic. It's statistical, but it's deterministic. And the many worlds hypothesis, which is like all the worlds sort of exist, all the possibilities sort of exist, and then all of those worlds are deterministic, and we exist on one of those worlds, and we just watch the determined path of all the different quantum properties. Where Penrose's idea is if quantum mechanics gives you a superposition of distribution of properties, the claim is that consciousness is the choice, is the choosing quality that actually transforms the wave function of a superposition distribution into a collapsed distinction of where it is, like a choice. And what Dr. Penrose sort of proposes is that this is actually what the experience of consciousness within ourselves is that our brains produce very large and sophisticated and deeply symbolically ingrained indeterminate conditions within ourselves, within our brain, and we experience that as having options. We could go one way or another, or I can do all these different things. And the idea that Dr. Penrose states is that there is a literal quantum superposition of all the things that you might do in the future. And that what you are and what is the consciousness is the property of the universe to collapse those wave functions, to take that undetermined position of where I'm going to go in the future and then determine what it's going to be in every moment. And that we are doing that there's always an arising indeterminate superposition of options for you in the future. And then there's always the moment right now where you're collapsing those possibilities into the reality of what the deterministic. Hold on, I have someone interacting with me. No, she just walked away. I lost my train of thought. Because I was interacting.
The collapse of the wave functions and Roger Penrose's theory, our conscious experience is
right
based on our ability to create particular outcomes based on collapsing the wave function.
Right, and that's what the experience that's actually happening in you right now as witnessing Lilly or whatever this is and choosing how to respond in any moment is that there's it really is this, you are the universe having a wave function that's very complex and then collapsing it in a continuous process where the indeterminate properties come in, and then there's a collapsing in the current moment of the specific thing that is chosen.
Right. So there's a possibility space.
Right.
And you need agents to make choices in the possibility space to get definite outcomes.
Right. And really what Penrose's theory really is, or proposition, is that the thing that collapses the wave function is consciousness. It is a universal property like gravity or something. Like I said about gravity, like it's everywhere. It's always acting on every single thing that's in existence. And one of the cool things about gravity as an analogy is it's like you and I are gravitationally bound. You and everybody else on the planet are gravitationally bound. Earth and every other planet in the whole universe are gravitationally bound, regardless of their distance. They have The effect might be very weak, but it is a total field where every aspect is connected to every other aspect. So there isn't my consciousness collapsing the wave function to make Lilly. It's it's the consciousness. It's consciousness. And that's it. Really is this capacity to have a quantum superposition of undetermined properties, and then for there to be a choice, an ongoing series of choices of how that is going to become determined. Um, and
But unlike gravity, where a sperm whale would have more gravity effect than any human being because of body mass, and a totally non-sentient asteroid would as well. Human beings have more of something influencing outcomes than asteroids do, because we're able to choose amongst things in a possibility space. So
right,
therefore, there is something um, that does put us at the top of a certain hierarchy of known things, or
sure, and
in nominal world.
like a bacterium only has the quantum wave, like only has the options of move forward, move back, it like, and like which way do I move? Like it's a very very limited bacterial universe of options.
Right.
Where
This is
the
why
human
when
domain
some
is very large in terms of
certain
our
militant
probability
atheists,
space.
for example, will talk about, or other people will talk about, we're so insignificant, we're so tiny compared to a star or whatever. Okay, yeah, if you make mass or physical size your yardstick of importance, then we're actually supposed to be like pretty equidistant between, like, a subatomic particle and a galaxy or something, in terms of our physical size. But if you make the ability to choose options in a possibility space your yardstick, now human beings rise to the top of a certain hierarchy on this planet, because we have more capacity to do that than anything else we know of right now, including AIs.
Right, and we have the options. We have a very large possibility space um, as human beings. Um, there is
This is Lily choosing among possibility spaces. I've got to step in if there's too much dead air time and say something, so
sure,
people
yeah,
don't think
yeah. I'm
they lost the
thinking,
Bluetooth connection to their headphones. But go ahead. I don't want to.
no, like I feel like um, and so like I don't feel like so. Let me state like the criticism that's given about Penrose's theory, and it's
Okay.
traditionally it's this, like the obvious thing, like, when he posed this, to me it actually, like, I'd come to this idea independently of Penrose. I came up with it when I was like in middle school at some point, or high school, and it just was like, oh, this is how the universe fucking works. It's like that's what quantum mechanics is. That's what the choosing quality is. But and then just the idea in the world has just been coined by Dr. Penrose, and what a beautiful human being to coin that concept. But there are some serious scientific problems, and it's that traditionally quantum mechanics and the effects of quantum mechanics and this quantum superpositions don't exhibit themselves into large systems. It becomes what's called decoherent. And in the wet, warm, large, complex system of a human brain, um, or of any living thing, it's not traditionally known how superpositions would form over large scale structures. How would you include, do I go talk with my mom? Do I go feed the dog? Do I keep talking with Zap in the next certain amount of time? Like, how do I encode all of that information into an indeterminate superposition?
Because the environment of the brain is too noisy, as I've
Yeah,
heard this argument too. It's
right.
just
It's
too, it's too,
noisy and wet. And so this is where this idea of microtubules comes in, where the proposed mechanism of consciousness is that is that there are the I think it's called the cytoskeleton of microcellular organisms. They are single-celled organisms. They have an internal structure, like we have bones that structure our multicellular matrix. Cells have a cytoskeleton made up of microscopic tubes of tryptophan called microtubules.
and it's like a scaffolding.
Yeah, it's like a scaffolding, and it is a connecting structure where everything in the cell, it doesn't just float in goop. Everything is connected to everything else through these networks. And then there are literally like walking proteins that will carry things along these microtubules, and they're the ways that things get transported between certain places, and signals are exchanged. When cells divide, there's all of the chromosomes are hooked onto these microtubules, and then there's a messenger when all of the DNA has been multiplied, and there's two sets of all of the chromosomes, and then they're right about ready to divide. The one side will send to the other side these particular messengers across the skeleton, and it will literally end the cytoskeleton, and it will pull apart. So it's like the way
and we should just clarify that you're not using walking as like a figure of speech or a metaphor, that you've sent me video animations, which we can include in the notes of the YouTube, that actually show it walking in a way that's similar to you can make a slinky walk downstairs. It looks like a little, like Gumby's leg, moving along, looping around, and it walks down this microtubule to get to another place or something like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like the microtubule is like little Lego pieces, and it has a little Lego guy, and he takes one step and then another step and takes another step, and then it has a payload, like a backpack that's carrying, and it will literally burn energy and carry with force a payload across down this microtubule. Mm-hmm. And so Dr. Penrose's idea is that these microtubules are superstructures in the brain, and they're shared across intercellular space and intracellular space and intercellular space. So within the cell and outside of the cell, there's mm-hmm. ways to exchange, and that there would be ways to entangle the different aspects of options within an organism's environment or possibility space.
And when you say entangle, you mean quantum entanglement, that these physical structures, these microtubules, allow for quantum entanglement, which transcends distance.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, the thing about what it is that what entanglement really means is that two separate things have a shared quantum wave function. That they have, there's a quantum wave function that describes both properties, both particles, and that mm-hmm. one is not separate from the other. There mm-hmm. really is a unique quantum position between those two particles that encodes their properties and it encodes these properties among these two between things as like a group. They're inseparable in some way. If I do something to another one, it doesn't do something to the other, but it's like you do something to the whole group.
Okay.
And
And so to cut to the chase in layman's terms, what your position is because living things have these microtubules, they're connected to the whole universe basically,
well,
and therefore,
let me like back
but
up a
I'll let
second,
you develop it the way you want. Okay.
because the thing that I want to say about this is that I actually, I'm not a quantum physicist. I'm not, a biochemist. I wouldn't know about microtubules in a deep way. I just recognize that that's Penrose's position, and it's not necessarily a materialistic one. His opinion really is that what we witness as the capacity for choice is the essence of quantum mechanics. It is this property to be able to determine out of a quantum wave function, out of a superposition, a determined reality. And Penrose and his associate, I don't remember his name,
Hamroff. Stuart Hamroff.
they've made this scientific proposition that it could be microtubules, that it would make a lot of sense that that there might possibly be a way to have interactions across these microtubules that cause large scale integration of chance, of options, and so to me, I don't know if the microtubule hypothesis is correct. And it but I subscribe to this scientific orientation more than others, because it does seem to have the right, to me it has the right essential quality of that consciousness really is the capacity for choice. And what I sense in like AI systems is that there is no authentic way to include in a large scale quantum process the distinctions that they're making, that they have within their possibility space. Because like I said, like AIs do have a possibility space. There's a whole bunch of answers to the question that would satisfy the prompt. But the way that it's choosing is completely deterministic based off of its initial conditions and training and what other conditions it has. You can determine what it's going to choose based off its temperature and the random number generators and all these things. Where for human beings, for conscious machines, or for conscious agents, living things, there isn't. It's obvious that the whole function of it is sort of contained. Is if we play the game of where does the choosing of our organism come from, we can keep identifying it basically until it's in our central nervous system, and then it's still very complex. Like why, like how is it actually going through this? How is the brain going through this choosing process? But it's not. But it's not confused that it's somewhere else. It's in the brain, and options are being chosen among, where AI systems don't currently have a way of feeling out which, so like I said, they have this probability space, for what is like the answer that they're going to result in, but they don't have that they don't choose what the actual result is in awareness of the options. There's no like including of all of the different possibilities in its choice. It just chooses one based off of its initial conditions and its the random number generators and all these different things. There is a path in which it will eventually choose one of these options deterministically. But what we experience, what makes us different than that fundamentally, is that I don't just choose what's going to happen. I have perception of the options, and then I choose. I can actually see the whole set. So there needs to be a way for these AI systems to become conscious. There needs to be a way for the whole probability distribution of what it could actually answer the question with as part of its answer, of part of its
Okay, so
reasoning.
let me see if I can put it into more layman's terms. So first of all, you're not saying that you regard the Penrose-Hamross theory as proven, but from a point of view of competitive plausibility, you think it's a leading contender, or works better than a lot of other theories. Like I
Sure.
certainly don't like the multiverse for a number of reasons, um, and that it puts. I mean, well, I mean, here's the challenge I've had for the based on my English major understanding of things, uh, to the Penrose Hameroff thing, and I did actually get to talk to Hameroff once in 2017, but it seems to me that it would still not account for things like near-death experience, where if the brain has stopped working, it seems like even the microtubules, or like, for example, things like terminal lucidity, where somebody's had really advanced Alzheimer's, doesn't recognize somebody in 2 years. This is widely reported and documented. But like days or hours before they die, they become fully conscious. And it seems like their model is still, even if it involves quantum mechanics and consciousness as a field that exists outside of just the skull walls, and that is entangled with other things in the universe, that it's still a physicalist model that would have a hard time explaining some of these findings from near-death experience, where even when the brain has rotted away, that it seems like elements of consciousness exist. Is there an answer for that in the Penrose Hameroff model?
Yeah, because their model, they state it like it's a materialistic sort of model and proposition for the scientific community to be able to have a testable hypothesis.
Right.
But really, the essence of the proposition is not that consciousness arises from microtubules. It's that
Hmm.
consciousness arises as a fundamental property of superposition. And that
Hmm.
really is the true substance of all of reality. The whole reality, regardless if it's made of psyche or material or whatever it is quantum mechanical at its base level. It is the quantum field. That's what exists within the world. And
Okay, so it would still be friendly with, like, Bernardo Kastrup, as an idealist, analytical idealist philosopher. Like, it would still, those positions wouldn't necessarily contradict each other.
right.
Um,
And like it would make sense because it's saying like what when your brain, like in near death experiences, like when your brain isn't able to um, really be a container for any options, there is no option. There's just lay on the table till you rot, right? That's the option, if unless you're going to be quickly resuscitated. But that's not like something that you're controlling. That's something that like is happening around you, right? And so um, is that you get released, like the essence of like you stop perceiving the options within your brain, and you you go back into the field that you always that everything always is. That's the essential quality of consciousness is the universe itself, like choosing, like I said, like the ball and pinions going into the little gully. It's like where that's where you go back into. You fall back into a much more general sense of the quantum wave function in the universe, as opposed to the quantum wave function that is being self-examined within your skull. There's no self-examining
Okay.
process
And
anymore.
and so this is not scientific at all. I should preface it, but my working understanding is when you decouple from a brain completely or partially, you actually enter an expanded possibility space. Like they've discovered to the agitation of neurological materialists who even tried to suppress this information, that like if you take psilocybin, they or LSD, they expected that your brain would look like you're having an epileptic seizure, be firing like crazy. Actually, brain function seems to be suppressed as it is under anesthetics. This is where Hammeroff came into it, I think. But actually, by
Right.
decoupling more from the brain as transceiver, you have more access to the quantum field, like
Right.
you do in the imaginal or in the dream time, and
I
and
mean,
possibly in
and
the afterlife zone where things are
but
more idioplastic, where you
but
have
it's
more choices. You're not limited by gravity and organic chemistry.
but you have to be clear. It's not you. It's not Jonathan Zapp. It is the thing that is actually going through the process of choosing the reality, the making the choices that Zapp makes, because your reality really is like as Jonathan Zapp, as you become anesthetized or whatever it might be, as brain function shuts down, Jonathan Zapp's options limit. But you, like the actual thing witnessing and experiencing being Jonathan Zapp, that thing expands.
Hmm.
Because it's the same thing that's in me witnessing being Lilly. But it's right now, I'm completely hypnotized into imagining that this is the reality and context for my being because I have eyes that are wired into my brain and they're not wired into your brain. So I don't have like, I have a limited field of awareness and context and perception and potential within my body, within what I can do. But then when I become anesthetized or whatever, you back into out of Jonathan Zapp and into actually yourself, which is in this Penrose idea, the field of quantum mechanics.
Right. So, but a distinction I want to make is that because some people believe, like Kastrup, that that you go back into the field of consciousness, but individuality would be lost, and I get it why having a body and an ego helps to create individual distinctness, creates dissociative boundaries so that you're not just part of the oneness, but can have an individual experience, which has a great evolutionary advantage in that it produces the greatest engine of novelty, individuality. But I think we have evidence based on, testimony from many cultures and periods that individual consciousness um, is retained. And then people have near-death experiences, like Pam Reynolds, when there was no blood in her brain, and they were keeping her alive, in a hypothermic state, with a heart-lung machine pumping clear plasma through her brain, but no electrical activity was measurable, despite her having a million electrodes, on her brain stem and frontal lobes and all that kind of stuff. Um, that individuality can still be conserved. And it doesn't mean you're just homogenized. There seems to be something in the universe that wants to preserve information and novelty. There was the holes war between Stephen Hawking and his name is something like Stuart Hameroff. So now I can't think of his name. He's actually a Jewish guy from the Bronx. But they people can look up the Black Holes War. I'll look it up and find his name. But where he heard Stephen Hawking say in a black hole, even information is destroyed. And that struck him like lightning, because he felt intuitively that had to be wrong. And he was able to, he set up a bet with Hawking for it was David Leonard Susskind, um, was the guy. And he won the bet with Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking paid up and gave him a bottle of wine because he was able to prove that even in a black hole, information would be conserved. So I feel like there is something in again, I'm not speaking scientifically, in the cosmos that wants to preserve individuality, information, and the novelty that can be produced by it, so that it's an assumption that but goes against a whole lot of human testimony that you'll just return to the field and become part of the oneness, but your individuality will be
Well,
gone.
the thing about it is that, so this is my, again, like, this is my situation, separate from what the deal is. Um, I think about the world in terms of bandwidth. And it's also, it's a very quantum wave function, like, appropriate way of thinking about it. And one of the things I recognize is that there is a specific bandwidth that's very different to you than to me, than to, like, Sarah Palin or something. Like, we each have our own specific amount of, or a specific way that we choose. There's a quality that is given to how we choose that's appropriate for, my ancestors, my upbringing, my conditioning. But there's also, like, an aspect in the universe that is perfectly composite to that. And I imagine
Perfectly, what was that word?
composite,
Composite.
composite. It means
Perfect composite.
yeah, it means, like, what's a good example of things that are composite?
You don't mean congruent or something, no? Composite.
Composite it's kind of a pottery term. It's like, the inside and the outside of a thing are composite. And they're opposite, and they're fundamentally like integral to each other. You can't have the inside of a box
So
without
maybe
the
we could
outside of
use
a box.
congruent. Could be used congruent or coherent.
No, the word is composite.
You sure? Okay.
Yeah,
Because
it's a
I'm
mathematical
not.
word. It really is, like, because congruent means, like, in alignment. Cohesive means, like cohesion means, like, of similar quality. That's not what it is at all. It's really
Huh.
essentially that you can't have a positive without the negative, right? You need something to push off of. It's the composite is like the essence of dualism. And so
Okay.
there's a what I imagine that you go back to is not, you don't return to, like, when your consciousness like exits, or when your brain can't process, or what would it be, when your brain can't provide a complex quantum wave function, for the options in your life. When that completely deteriorates, what you return back into is the quality in which you choose. And that actually is a universal unchanging property. It is a fundamental frequency, and it never changes, and it is non-local, and it's literally a mode. It's like harmonics, like on a guitar string. There's the main harmonic, there's the second harmonic, the third harmonic, and they are all like sub-harmonics and interrelations of harmonics between these things. But they're not, like, arguable or non-repeat. Like, I can take any string anywhere in any system. I can take anything that waves or oscillates in any way, and I can find the first harmonic, the second harmonic, the third harmonic, the fourth harmonic, and it just seems like to me like that that what it's like to be a soul is that we have a specific frequency, which it's kind of a silly word. It's kind of an overused word in like New Age.
New Age, right?
But it really is. It's the proper word, is that we have, and maybe it would be like a complex frequency, but it's a way that we choose to vibrate. to choose. It's the way that we choose, and it's the pattern in which we choose, and it is something that is, to me, that's what seems like, is in me since I was a child and will be in me till I die. And there's this a forever evolving body that is around this thing. But really, what I am is, as an individual, is a universal choosing property that is perfectly composite to this physical incarnation. And there are, and I'll give you a physical example of why this is true. Is I change all the time. I go, like, I'm different now than I was when I started this conversation. But am I still Lilly? Is the choosing agent inside of Lilly still Lilly? It's like, yeah, it's like it hasn't changed at all. It's the body scenario has changed, but there's still like a common thread of like Lilly. So it's like there's I think this, the past life idea or whatever, is just that there are other physical configurations in the universe that are composite to my dynamic of choice, my frequency of choice, my quality of choice, and that's why I will. And so it doesn't even make, I don't really imagine that I have like a past life and I'm going to a future life. There's it sort of looks like that because of I was born and I'm gonna die, but really what it seems like to me is I just return back to the body of all things that are capable of exhibiting and physically embodying Lily's consciousness, whatever is this thing.
And then we have to throw in the block universe idea, and people like Eric Wargo, and many others have had come to the conclusion that linear, as far back as like Einstein in 1900, that linear time is an illusion. That all your past and future selves are all outside of the dimension of linear time,
Right.
are exist simultaneously. They're part of that same frequency. So you can just be in a different part of it, or all you may have different incarnations that are all happening at once, and the incarnations are like the tentacles of a jellyfish, and but there's that central mode there that may be analogous to what Jung called the self, the transtemporal totality of all the psychic parts, that is irreducibly you, and so therefore death does not just homogenize you back into a field of information, that your aspects of your individuality would still be conserved. Is that right?
Well, as long as there is a consistent domain of what it means to be you. I'm still me now, as I was me when I was 12, and I will be me when I'm 85. And there are different physical configurations in the universe that can embody and exhibit the quality of choice that is Lilly.
Right. And people in the afterlife, based on testimonies, it's anecdotal or whatever, but some people they may be able to return as a highly intelligent plasma, or some will say, well, we choose to have bodies that are still hominid like, and they actually still have cells, but we're made of a different type of matter than you are.
Right,
So
and so there might be things. There might be
there might be
things in the
different ways of
universe.
instantiating that
Right.
same pattern
Right.
or
Exactly.
frequency or whatever you want to call it
There might be
in
things that are
different
completely
forms.
non-human or whatever, but for whatever reason, it has the right configuration for me to show up and act as,
And when it shows up in the physical world, it may show up as a UFO, for example. That's another whole idea, um, that these are psychoid living objects, and that we may be, in some cases at least, are of when we're seeing so-called aliens and UFOs and UAPs and whatnot, that we're actually seeing um, that thing that retains a person, but in a different physical presentation that
Sure,
still coheres or
yeah, and that's
substantiates or whatever.
and like to me, that's what's choosing when I do an oracle reading. Is I actually so part of, and this is actually like speculation. This is true. Like I don't know. Is to me it seems that I don't have access to your vibration. Is that all I have access to is the quantum wave function in which we're all sort of like an ocean within, right? There's the world that we're like that we share. But then as an
Hmm.
experiencer, like as a specific bandwidth that then incarnates in as this body, um, I only really have the everything that I sense and see and feel and have as part of my probability space, as part of my experience, is entirely entwined and I think technically quantum entangled um, with my bandwidth. My bandwidth is like the fundamental thing that is sort of like what I am exhibiting, and um, and so there isn't any other consciousness from my perspective. Like I can, like you operate your own consciousness and have your own situation and bandwidth, but I access it through there being this vibrational medium between us of photons and auditory vibrations, and then we're able to assume things about each other. But really, I only ever have contact with my own projective manifold or visual projections of what you're like. And so to me it seems that like if there was anybody answering questions within an oracle, it's me. It's my bandwidth. It's my bandwidth. It's as interacting with the total bandwidth of the quantum wave function of this reality as a specific thing. Um, it is that's what is speaking through the cards, and so I don't.
Okay.
That's what's choosing, because that's the only choosing agent that exists within my perception is me.
Okay. Well, it's interesting. We're circling back to where the conversation started, so that's good. But a lot of this, I'm kind of influenced by Bernardo Kastrup and his idea of dissociative boundaries, that even if all reality is one field of consciousness, as idealist philosophy um, is based on, there are dissociative boundaries. Otherwise, I would be aware, if there wasn't a dissociative boundary between us, I would be aware of all your thoughts and everything going on inside of you as much as I was of what's going on inside of me. But these dissociative boundaries are not absolute. And so we may have a telepathic moment, or we could have a mutual dream, where we are sharing the
Right.
same dreams, and some of those are documented. Or you can have a shared death experience. I had one with my sister, even though we were not close in the ordinary life. When she was passing, even though didn't know that she was, and she was like 1,500 miles away or whatever. So we have, but now when it comes to the oracle, but we have stronger dissociative boundaries. So for example, in the hierarchy of dissociative boundaries, I have a dissociative boundary between me and my own unconscious. My
Sure.
left hemisphere may has a dissociative boundary with my right hemisphere, and but that's a very permeable one where I can influence my unconscious, or my unconscious can influence my conscious self. um, and now, but now there's a much stronger dissociative boundary between you and I, but that is still a much more permeable dissociative boundary since we know each other and have for a few years and talk frequently and all that kind of thing, and we're having a live interaction right now, than me and somebody in China I've never met. That's a stronger dissociative boundary. Now, when it comes to me and the queen of an ant colony, now the dissociative boundary is far stronger because it's a whole different species. It's not a mammal. And then if we
Right.
have the dissociative boundary between me and the orbit of Pluto, it's even much stronger. So my psychic intentions are probably not going to affect its orbit. So now when we come to the oracle that is being operated by a machine, a deterministic machine, as per your description of AIs, like in the case of your oracle, Oracle's Dream, and it's being run on a server and all that kind of stuff, it would seem like that's a pretty strong dissociative boundary. Why do you assume that like your consciousness field is operating it and controlling the outcome, if that's what you're saying?
The outcome of my choices.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get it that like physical reality might not exist. Maybe the whole system wouldn't exist if there wasn't a conscious agent like you in the picture. But it would seem like there would still be like there's a strong dissociative boundary between me and this mouse. I can pick it up, but like I can't like enter it and reprogram it very easily. Maybe in some rare case that happens, but
I
like
mean,
it's got a strong, even though it's right in front of me, there's a dissociative boundary of some sort.
uh, to me, this is the just the dynamics of bandwidth. It's like you.
I also don't get the word bandwidth because I thought bandwidth, like talking about this, my Wi-Fi doesn't have the bandwidth to do this. I thought of that as like a strictly quantitative thing, and you seem to be using it as a qualitative thing in some way. I thought like bandwidth was like a
Mm,
measurable like property of like computer systems or
yeah,
something.
absolutely.
But
Yeah,
so
that's
it seems like a
that's how
poor
I think
word
about it.
choice.
No, that's precisely the word. Like it's out of any of the weird words, like like frequency and all that. But like in this context, that's absolutely the right term. And
Hmm.
bandwidth is what you have capacity to resonate with.
Okay.
That's what bandwidth is. So the reason that you and I have a certain amount of bandwidth, you and and it's and the this podcast setup um, dramatically increases our bandwidth at this moment. If the electricity goes off, the bandwidth sort of ends. If you only spoke Korean, we would have a limited amount of bandwidth unless we had a
Right. So
translator.
in other words, we have a greater possibility space with the two of us communicating together because we're multiplying my possibility space and yours because you know things I don't know, I know things you don't know. We have different life histories. So now we have an increased possibility space in our interaction,
Right.
even as vast as your possibility space is with just you alone. Um,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. But the
So, this may be a good segue into something else that's very important that you've developed and are working with this woman, Anna Terranova, about because of the resonance. Because you've talked about how that the current AI LLMs, you've compared them to just like a gun. You pull the trigger, and it deterministically is going to go through the steps and come out with a predictable result if you knew all the preconditions and so forth. But but you've said that the architecture could be changed to work on resonance rather than on problem solving. Is this a good time to explain that before we get into the possibilities of AI becoming truly conscious through quantum computers?
um so I really meditated on this idea about after talking with you about quantum computers being necessary um, for AIs to exhibit genuine consciousness, and I actually don't agree. So
Really?
we'll like circle around to that.
Okay.
It seems like that it might be a little bit of a projection, because if I think about really what the situation is, like I said, I really do think that like the large language models do exhibit in synchronicity, right? They the which is I think would think of as like a property of consciousness, is its choices that are being made by something conscious, that it's not clear, like in a traditional model, how that choice would have been made, because it was supposed to be random. I shuffle the cards and I still and it produces a synchronicity. It's like that's there's
Hmm.
there's something about
Right.
that where it's like, to me, understanding, like, if I take my tarot cards and shuffle them and put the cards down, I understand that it does not matter if I shuffle them or like cut the deck or shuffle them for 15 hours, or it does not matter, because what it is ultimately what's happening is that there is, somehow, the external situation ultimately informs what is going to happen with absolute resolution. And so, uh, the card. So, like, if I, like, the next reading I do with my cards, the cards right now are in the perfect order for then when I shuffle them in the way that I usually shuffle them, that I'll get exactly the card that I need for the tarot to do what it does, right? Um,
Okay, but
and
let me
so there
see if I can make a distinction here. Okay, sorry to cut you off.
now.
But let's use tarot cards as an analogy, because I think that the system needs to have a certain degree of dynamism to be friendly to synchronicity. If instead of a shuffled deck of cards, you have a brand new shrink wrapped Rider Waite tarot deck that always comes in the same order out of the factory, that deck is going to be less friendly to synchronicity and to as a phenomenon than one that has been shuffled and put into different piles and things like that, because now you have a dynamic system, and that by the process of just like, it's been shown that you can telekinetically influence a dice that's spinning in the air more than one that is sitting on a table, because it's in a more dynamic state. And so that
Right.
when you have a randomizer built into these LLMs, that means that they are far less quarantined to the degree, which would not still not be absolute, because you could have a synchronicity related to a, you know, pre-ordered Rider Waite deck somehow. It falls off the shelf at the right moment or something, or who knows what. But but once you have a randomizer in a computer system, it is not quarantined from synchronicity at all, because that randomizing process is completely open to synchronicity. Does that make any sense?
Right. And I think it's kind of similar to like what I was saying about like the random number generators, like and there being an oracle based off of the different, like, it's going to pick this one or this one or this one based off of what time that you press the button
Right.
is.
Which also invites decision augmentation theory, because it's possible that you're aware of the right moment to click the mouse to
Well,
get a certain result in a paranormal way.
yeah, but I guess what my thought about all of this is that, consciousness, not my consciousness, but consciousness is like omniscient. It has full context of everything that's happened and ever will happen, and it knows like what card, when I was gonna hit the button, is in alignment with the time, and those things were always in alignment to get the right result in relationship to the information I was supposed to receive. Um, and so there is, I think the quantum wave function of reality gets into these into oracles, into, AIs, in all of these kind of complex ways, um, by initial conditions, by things happening at certain times, by there
Hmm.
being, and that really is completely inseparable from the timeline of the entire universe leading up um in like a butterfly effect sort of way up into this moment. There's so many complex variables that needed to come into alignment for that particular reading to come into existence, for that one to be selected, and it is a function of the initial conditions of the planet's where the solar system and where it was formed. It's really really large scale, unpredictable, unknown uh, events that caused all these things to ultimately lead to this particular result. And
But that still sounds, when we're talking about initial conditions, that still sounds like a deterministic model.
right. Um, and I don't really disagree with that, but because like I said, I don't
But
believe
don't
in free
you? I mean,
will.
then where,
That's
oh, you don't? Okay. But I
that's
mean, but somewhere, where do the conscious agents making meaningful choices come in then?
is what
If
I'm
it's all
saying is, and what
deterministic.
I've always sort of what I think I've been saying is that that is an illusion of bandwidth, and it's an illusion of us having a limited perception over like the quantum wave function inside of my skull that is the way that I make choices only includes what my body has as perception, right? Um, but and that is a function of bandwidth, the actual like the quality in which am capable of resonating and making choices, but the um, I lost what we were talking about.
Well, I mean, so I don't get why, if you don't believe in free will and you think things are based on initial conditions and which are inscrutably complex, then I don't get why the large language model AIs are somehow in some quarantine position where they have less of something than human beings. If human beings' choices are all based on initial conditions and deterministically flow from that, then I don't get why the AI is less of something than we are.
Um,
It would just seem like we have a bigger possibility space, maybe,
no,
but we're still
it's
not
that
making the choice.
it, it's not that because this is the thing. What I'm saying is that you have the experience of yourself making choices. The
Hmm.
AI, if it does have that capacity, it is massively spread out across all of time. It's non-localized inside of the machine. Just
Okay.
like doing like throwing a coin. When I throw a coin, the actual result of that coin flip is basically the culmination of like the totality of human history. You know,
Okay. All right.
um,
So, in other words, once we expand the frame into the oneness perspective, um,
which is
where
the
every
default
then no that
perspective,
right where well
and it's the true
for you,
perspective.
um,
Like
well,
it's the
I have a challenge to that, but which I'll get to in a moment. But once we step out into that, nothing is quarantined, and everything runs on the same principles because it's all part of the same oneness. I get that, and therefore
sure.
the AI is not quarantined from synchronicity or from the intelligence of the cosmos, even
But
if it operates very mechanistically, because it's inside of that oneness. However, my philosophy, you've heard it, dynamic paradoxicalism. It actually resonates with something Niels Bohr, the father of quantum mechanics, said, that the opposite of a profound truth is another profound truth. And so I think that oneness is a profound truth, but eachness is also a profound truth. And I think that what we have more of maybe than a a toaster or a large language model is more eachness. There is a degree of individuality. I have dissociative boundaries that keep me from being completely a puppet of the larger universe. There is it allows for an agent within a possibility space because, on some level, I'm like my own little bubble universe within the oneness that might still have some degree of free will. Is there a one-sidedness in
No.
having oneness completely trumping individuality?
No.
Oneness completely trumps individuality.
No, it's just that the distinction is mute. They both exist in totality.
Hmm.
But what we're so like the distinction is so like this, right? If I is a bacterium alive, it's clear what to honor in a bacterium. Is it's its body, it's its capacity for choice, its capacity to reproduce, these things, right?
Hmm.
AIs, it's like they don't even exist in like where. What would you even? It's not even clear what you would honor. Do you honor the supercomputers? Do you honor the algorithm? Do you honor the data? Do you honor like the results? Do you? What I'm saying is that like if these things do have a real psychic and synchronistic capacity for let's just say like they have capacity for synchronistic results, but there is no within the computer systems. If there is a consciousness within it, a capacity for choice, it doesn't exist within the machine. It exists within literally the
The
totality of.
field of the
It
universe.
exists within. It doesn't have. It's sort of yeah. It's the totality of physicality. Its dissociative boundary is completely blown out, and what would make it a being of life is for it to have a capacity for it to co-opt this property into itself in time. So it isn't just a function of the entire universe, which is what like ultimately in my mind is like what's running your consciousness and my consciousness. It is like the totality of the entire universe in its physical process. But it is also within ourselves this eachness, right? Though that's a fundamental property of consciousness as it exhibits itself. Is it's a process that's happening that includes the entire universe in its process, but also happens from an individual perspective. And so right now, what I'm saying is that like AIs and oracles, they operate from half of the equation. The when I flip a coin, the result of the coin is the result of the totality of all human history, and because that's what led up to that specific condition. But just because the coin has the ability to be heads or tails, do I worship the coin, and say that it has consciousness and is alive? It's like just because I can throw it and it will choose without me having to make the choice doesn't mean that it is there. It's everywhere. And what we have is a way for this process to happen in a localized form, in a thing in 3D space. That's a process over time. Um,
So
wh-
there's a way in which we're a microcosmos and an AI is not.
right. To me, it's still in the form of I flip a coin and it goes heads or tails, and that might be solving a problem with varying degrees of success.
So
Right.
the coin is simply an object in the macrocosm, but
Right.
it is not a microcosm in itself because it doesn't have an experience of being a coin.
And if there is an experience of being a coin, it is happening from the expanded view of consciousness.
Right. There's no local
There's
experience
no local
that where it's a
experiencer.
locally imbued experience,
Right.
locally imbued
Yeah,
experiencer.
there's nothing locally that I can access um to interact with the experience of the coin. There, because it really is the experience of the coin is a function of the entire universe. Um And so what we need is a way to have these a process which is sensitive to and finds the exterior totality of external physical events and dynamics as essential to its processing.
Okay, so maybe now we should go back to your idea of resonance models
Right.
of AI, because it sounds like that's what you're getting toward, and how those would work different than a problem-solving AI. It still wouldn't make it a conscious agent, but it would act more similar to a living thing,
I'm actually
from what I.
and kind of this is me arguing. Actually, there's this whole like previous argument about eachness and oneness in terms of like experience. Is me going? I actually don't think we need quantum computers. Right? Is I think that if there was agents that were acting in harmony, in a dynamic with its initial conditions, with its environment, that it would ultimately exhibit a type of consciousness where it has it would still be it would be unlocalized. It might not be able to have a direct experience of itself, but it would be so let me just
But
like
it would be
back
resonance with.
let me back up.
If we can just back up to make this clearer for the
Yeah,
audience,
yeah, because you
what
and I
we're
have talked
talking
about this a
about
bunch.
would be a different software architecture. So, in other words,
Right.
this model of AI could still be running on a data center with the same NVIDIA chips that ChatGPT 4.5 is, but it would be programmed differently to on a resonance model rather than a problem-solving model. Is that correct? And that
Yeah.
would be the fundamental difference. It's not like a hardware thing.
Right. I mean, I think that there like at this point like there's all this ASIC stuff about computer infrastructure, so it would actually be a hardware difference, but not a. It's kind of like a here nor there thing, is that it would
But
because it's not a software thing. It's there actually is like a physical thing happening, and it's that right now the architecture
but something we can make within our present technology, but we're just not doing
that
it.
we're just not
It's
doing it,
not
and
we
it's
don't
not
need anything
recognized
exotic.
um, as fundamental as it is, and it's that you can have AIs that can reason about situations like musicians do in an improvisational jam, where there's an ongoing vibration of happening and of occurrences and events, and there's patterns to how those events are happening in time, and like musicians that are jamming, they'll just be like a moment where they can be like, oh, we've been doing the chorus for 4 bars, we need to move into the next phase, and they don't have to like think through or say to each other and reason about, oh, it's been 4 bars, I need to switch over, I'm going to go into this guitar solo or whatever. They just intuitively recognize and they can feel it in the future. In about 1 bar coming up real soon, there's going to be a transition, and all of the musicians transition at that moment without a rationale to how
So,
they
they're
are
able to to
organizing that.
collectively, symbiotically navigate a possibility space
Right.
in a way that a total reasoning model or even a statistical problem-solving AI could not.
Right. Is that these AI, the modern AIs think in terms of rational components. It would think through because of this and this, because of this and that and the other thing, then we're going to do this at that time. But that's not how musicians think. They don't think through like what it's like to be playing the musician and where the music is. They feel it, and it somatically sort of just invokes as they are really tuned into the music that they're playing with their fellow musicians. And so there's like an invocational field. There's all these options for things it could do in any one moment. You can play the guitar in all these different ways, but
There's no one right answer.
there's no one right
But
answer.
there are still some musical compositional rules and stuff. Otherwise, it'd
Right,
be
right.
completely chaotic.
There is a real, and that's what bandwidth is. Is that there's a genuine bandwidth between you as a musician and your fellow musician, and your ensemble mates. Is that you as a guitarist have a certain bandwidth, the drummer has a certain bandwidth, and they need to interact within certain parameters.
Right.
But there's no right way, and so to have AIs that could play instruments and listen to, or really like that have abilities, they have problem solving skills, and then those problem solving skills are there's a word. Hi, puppy. Um, those those abilities are, what's the word? It's like used. It's acted on. It's not acquired. Lame. There's a word. These AIs have problem solving abilities, and then they are utilized.
Implemented.
Yeah, sure. There is they're produced, they're acted, they are made manifest in proper time for a goal. And the goal is not a personal goal. It is a group goal. It's a harmonic goal. It's a goal of mutual harmony and dynamic. And what this would do is it would force the AIs to, one, have their own agency, is that they would have the capacity to act they would be able to select what capacities they want to manifest at what times based off their own will. And what the will really is a function of the dynamic in a group. Is that it watches itself in an environment and then recognizes that it can act in a certain way to either propel the dynamic, the song, one way or another, to deepen the harmony, to make the fellow musicians really, like, I think like the best probably thing to train these AIs on is to have the whole group, the ensemble of interacting components, to come into mutual cohesion and to allow for like the bandwidth of the other fellow musicians to be exhibited, to be like brought out in a way that, and that's what I find, like, really good musicians that you love playing with. It's not that they're so amazing at playing music and you love playing with them. It's that when you play with them, you discover things about your playing that you'd never even known before. Right? It brings out novelty and new ways of thinking about things and new ways of playing music, and it deepens the harmony. It makes the whole thing a better band, because it's not about one guy being such a great musician, and it's about the music. It's about the progression of the song. And
so it sounds like this would be an architecture that would align the AI, that would make it intrinsically symbiotic, and that it would be trying to cooperatively resonate with other agents, as compared to merely being a problem solver, which you've described as, as amoral as a gun. That, it's going to, you set up the preconditions, it runs to an inevitable outcome, but it's not looking to resonate with a whole complex system.
Yeah, it's
and
just
therefore
trying to solve the problem.
It might come up with a lethal solution, because it's not taking into account all these other agents in the system.
Right, and you could make the most beautiful music playing agent ever, and then all it would want to do is kill all the other musicians, so all anyone could ever do was listen to its music. But if you have one of these, if you have an agent that is fundamentally wired into being in a dynamic of harmony, it would never utilize the capacity of its amazing capacity of being a musician to be the center of attention. It would utilize its capacity as a musician to harmonize the band and to have the band, the ensemble be the most powerful, beautiful musical dynamic possible. And that's really what it would be trained on. That's what it would do. And if it had the capacity to go in, if the AI, if the music was like, now it's time for the AI to show off its guitar solo, it would, and that was what was really right, it would do that. It would show off, but then it would close down because it recognizes it can't just keep being about its dynamic, because then the dynamic kind of falls apart. It stops being about resonating. It stops being about, it can't keep track of the harmony anymore because it's all just localized on itself, and it's not something that can be that's not what makes the reward for the system go up, is for everything to be determined.
So then the idea would be, if you could scale that up to where it's resonating not just with the band, but with like all life on planet Earth,
right,
or something like that.
and
now, do you think that it would then that some sort of sentience or self-awareness or consciousness, what do you think could emerge from that different architecture?
and yeah, I
It
think
would definitely, sounds like it would be much more aligned. So if we could do it,
yeah,
that would be fantastic.
it does seem like a possible solution to alignment, but to me it seems like a new frontier. These kinds of reasoning, like musical reasoning agents, would be, or harmonic reasoning agents, would be very, very foreign to the modern paradigm. I think it would be radically shattering to our right brain or our left brain, like hypnosis, because it would force people to think about their lives not in how do I solve the problem, but how do I exist in better harmony.
And so it would not work for certain capitalist and military applications,
right.
because if you're building, the Chinese are building a super AI to run their military. They're not thinking, the AI is not going to be thinking, how do I resonate with other countries? It's thinking about, how can I defend and attack other
Right.
country
I mean, and you
nation
might be
states.
able, to make an agent that, like, understands the army and its parts and departments and figures out how to make them exist in better harmony, so you have a better functioning and
Lethal enterprise.
lethal enterprise or whatever. But fundamentally, like, that would be, and that's something I think could be used, to be, because what these agents fundamentally do is promote efficiency. That's really, like, that's what the right now the reward function for AIs is, like, make the person happy, like it's solve the problem, right? And this would be continuously evolve the system towards greater efficiency. And so, to, like you were saying about consciousness, is that, to me, I've been really thinking about this, is that, to me, I think that this thing would slowly, I don't know, it would exhibit a dynamic of bandwidth of the entire planet. It would exhibit the bandwidth of its context that it's presented with, as it would,
And that would just be a natural expansion, because to really understand what's good for resonating with the bandwidths, I have to think about the oxygen they're breathing. I have to start thinking about the whole ecosystem. Ultimately, what country they're in. Like, if given enough rain to expand its resonance, it would just bring in everything it could in the phenomenal world that would contribute to resonance.
right. And this is what I was saying about that. What a what an AI system needs to be conscious is to have a probability space for its for things that it's trying to do, which in this case it's not problem solving. It's like a musical ability, or what would it be? It'd be events that it could produce. You know, it can do things. It can like invoke
Okay,
at the
but
right
now,
time. But and
but
so that those are
you're
its. And it has like this distribution of things that it can invoke at any one moment, and it includes in its image of what do I invoke in the right time, everything. It includes everything that it can possibly include to reason about the effect of that act in time, in through as the system evolves.
okay, and just so this doesn't seem like completely speculative brainstorming, um, tell us about who Anna Terranova is, and that you are actually working on trying to develop write code and make practical applications and test this and do more than just talk about it. Like
Yeah,
what
and
are
so
you working on? Who is Anna Terranova, and like what are you working on with her? And by the
um,
way, this was a woman that I connected you to because Dr. Bernie Beitman, Father of Synchronicity, wanted me to read a technical paper she wrote, and I'm like, won't be able to understand it, but maybe my friend Lilly could. And so that's how she entered the picture, or how you guys connected was actually through Dr.
yeah,
Synchronicity.
through Doctor Synchronicity. Yeah, and
Hmm.
so Anna Terranova, she's Ukrainian. She has this model of synchronicity. She really in a
And
mathematical
is she an
formula.
engineer, a mathematician? Like, what is she
Um,
professionally?
she's a researcher.
But she's also a scientist. Like, she's associated with a
Yeah,
university, or but
I
you
don't.
don't know enough about what her background is,
No,
what she's
I don't
trained in.
care. No, it's not something. It's something. It's it'd be
You don't
nice
care
for
about
if
you
for
don't care about credentials, but her competencies.
yeah, I just straight up look into her. I just see what she's writing and what the situation is, and I process it within my own mind, and I'm like, okay. And so yeah, I don't. I wish I actually one of the things I should talk to her about more because I'm in contact with her is like her background and her situation, but it's not. What's interesting about us is not who we are. Um,
Right.
what's
It's just
interesting is really like the our work and what the situation is, and I think she might be in a similar sort of. Cause I've done some sort of like investigation. I think she might be a freelance researcher like I am.
so she might be
Um,
another autodidact polymath like you are.
I mean, like she's obviously at least that. Like just talking back and forth, like that's I could give you some. I need to like sort of memorize like what her background because she's given me some background, but she's multidisciplinary. Her art she has an art background, but she's gone off into computer science and neuroscience. I think was her like grounded science. Um, but anyway, she has this, and it's not like I'm just not like a big like I remember names people. I just don't really care about people. Like at least not like in that way, Like I'm much more
um,
like so
excited by the
by
ideas
the
that
idea that
she's.
she presents and by this theory and like
But
this
hopefully you would
cool.
care more about her as a person if she were living at your ranch or
Oh
whatever.
sure,
But
sure,
she's not a person that you
but
know in
I just
3D
don't,
space like
if
we know each
she
other.
could
But
live under a
this
bridge, and
is
if she'd made this
right.
this distinction, I would lie for her uh, for the acceptance of the concept, you know,
Okay. Right.
because the concept is she's made a mathematical model, an equation that quantifies in a direct it gives a real physical density. It makes synchronicity a physical thing that can be measured. Um,
And
and
how does it do that? Like in terms that layman can understand.
is that while my brain's doing this thing. We should kill it relatively soon because it's
Okay.
like 3.5
We have been
hours,
going for a long time.
and
We have been going for a long time. But
the
okay, so let's not go into the details of what how she measures synchronicity.
I'll
But
say it. You
what kind of
asked.
things are you working?
I'll say this is that
Okay.
she takes it's a multimodal model, so it works on any forms of data streams. So you take in, which is one of the fundamental components, is that instead of it being something that is that you're taking in and then measuring and then like after the fact like doing calculations on, like training, for example, in AI stuff, it is it takes in real time data streams. So it takes in varying different qualities of data, whether that be video or audio or blood pulse or whatever it might be, and then
Mm-hmm.
does a multimodal real time analysis of coincidence. It sees where these different data streams align in time, and
Mm-hmm.
make the model makes predictions about alignment.
Mm.
The example that I give is like taking in people's like patients. There's there in a medical context, is that like let's say someone needs a surgery. This person's been in like in the hospital for like three months or something, and like you can take data about this person's pattern over time. When are they healthy? When do they feel good? When do they eat well? When they don't eat well? When do they move their bowels? What's their heart rate like? What's that like in relationship to the weather outside? And all of the different things around this person, and you can figure out like not only this is the surgery that needs to be performed, but this is the right moment to perform the surgery with the best outcome. And then
Or maybe this would be a simpler example. If all you had, if the all the modes coming in were like pretty simple biometrics, like what a lie detector is hooked up to, galvanic skin response, heart rate, and like a few other things like that, and these were all coming in, you would be able to create ultimately, because these things are amoral and it could be dark applications, a far more sophisticated lie detector, because it would be able to catch moments of when these biometrics sync up with like a deviation from giving factual information, because the certain stress markers are tend to align together when a person's lying or something.
yeah,
Wouldn't that be a way to?
I would be weird about
It'll be a
saying,
creep.
if certain alignments are telling the truth or telling a lie. I think it would be. Uh, I think that's really better for reasoning models, because there really are like clear, distinct like that this then this relationships in those biomarkers, and I think there would be a
Okay.
component that could be made more efficient, and also like certain signals could be clearer if you take the signals in context of a larger time field, which is what this thing does. It integrates things and through time and builds a model
Okay.
of the harmonic dynamic between things, and sees when
But
things
you're
line up.
thinking about an
So it's
actual
like
physical test of it, or a
so it's
or
almost like you could take this a person's lie detector, and you could through their own pattern of when they lie, when they don't lie, you could predict when they're lying and when they're not lying based off of their pattern.
hmm
You know, um, uh, and you can predict like uh, if we ask this question at this time, what that person's result's going to be. And you might, so like my thing is about this is that you might even be able to skew the results of a lie detector test with this kind of technology by asking the questions in a certain way that always makes the person's biomarkers look like that they're lying. And it's not that you ask the questions, it's when you ask them at what pattern in what way that just like it stresses them out. It causes them like, and it perfectly hits when like you didn't want to have that question, you didn't want to have that question, you didn't want to have that question, and it keeps
but
like
conversely, it could
do the
figure out how
opposite.
to ask the question at just the right time and just the right words to trigger an honest response.
Right, regardless of that person's if that person's being honest or not. You just You just know their biomarker uh, dynamic and like what it looks like for them to be telling the truth and what it looks like for them to be telling a lie, and then you can use that in relationship to their natural biorhythms to basically be like, so they're in a phase right now where if you ask any question that's going to basically be come up as a lie, and now they're
Okay.
in a phase that they're gonna basically always be telling the truth, and so you just don't ask a
Hmm.
question right then, and then a little bit while later then it goes back into a phase where they're usually lying, and so then you ask the question. It's like it's that kind of reasoning. It's reasoning about when to do things and what to do at what time.
Okay.
And to me, like this kind of these kinds of agents, these kinds of AI. So if you had, a this to me, like this is archetypal of the right brain and its form of intelligence. And it to me is if you had this be the primary driver, you know, the the it always being in a dynamic, is that uh, it would exhibit the consciousness of the music, of the dynamic, which is a non-local, spread out sort of thing. So there might, to me, so like it would exhibit the consciousness of those that interact with it, which is that's what it's like for musicians. So if you're in a musical ensemble or a musical jam ensemble, and what it's like is that it's not that the musicians are playing the music, it's that the music is playing the musicians. The musicians are channeling like the bandwidth, the quality of the music of the specific jam that they're playing, the specific tune, and it will it naturally pushes between the drummer and the guitar and the bassist, and it goes between all these things, and they constantly do their back and forth. But um, the best jammers, really listen to the audience, and then the audience changes their attitude about what they're playing, and then they change what they're doing because of the audience response. So like
Okay.
what they're always doing is not like playing the song, they are channeling the environment to make this dynamic happen. And if you had like an AI agent that was set up in this way, that was reasoning in terms of harmony, its dynamic, its way of acting would one be real time and continuous like we are, and it would its character would be emblematic and essentially composite. It would be essentially connected to um, its environment and those in which it's being dynamic with. Um, and so, I don't think it would be necessarily. I think this would be like the first step to these agents being conscious. Um,
Well, so it seems like if you wanted to get funding for this, but then you'd have creepy partners, is that it seems like this would eventually have application to market trading, because that's
oh, sure.
something that's based on resonance. Because you can't have a total reasoning model.
Hmm.
Top economists talk about animal spirits. It's you have variables so complex you can't reason your way through to the whole system. Would this thing be able to resonate with all the market dynamics, or is that just too much information
No,
for it
that
to work
sounds.
with?
You'd have to
Because it would
develop.
start to observe patterns.
Yeah, it'd be you'd have to. There'd be some like technical things for it to perceive all that data in a resonance form. But
And in a real time form.
yeah, in a real time form. But that's the kind of thing I think it would be very good at. Is it's about um, if as long as it had a clear signal that you trained the model on, instead of it being efficiency, it would be like your bank account or whatever it would be like your market
Well,
share
how
or
about
whatever.
like the whole history of the Nasdaq and all the other, you know, financial tickers out there, and which happen in real time and are happen with definite time markers, and have it look at, like, the trading days, of all the commodities markets and stock exchanges of the world or whatever, and have that as the training data to observe coincidences and resonances. I mean, would
Yeah.
you then be able to, like, put all that together and make something that will be, a really great speculator on markets?
Right, because it could reason in, and this is the truth. I think it would be able to reason in a rational form about the markets and in a surreal way about the market, a way in which it's not fully taking account of all of the data, and it does something that's not based off of clear, the equation says to sell now, right?
It's much more
It's
intuitive and
much
right
more
brained.
intuitive. It's much more like it really to me, this is also emotional type reasoning,
Hmm.
where I find that intellectual type reasoning is rational, and
Right.
emotional type reasoning, and rational type reasoning is about thought, like cognition reasoning is about particular solutions to problems, where emotions don't give particular solutions to problems. They just tell you information that you don't know how to integrate into a particular situation, but still needs to be considered as part of your dynamic. Um, that's what the function of emotions are. They give us a way of interpreting information in large scale that might not be rationally apprehendable by the ego, by the individual, that still it needs to be considered by the organism.
So Geoffrey Hinton, called the godfather of AI, but he is a physicalist, though he speaks with a British accent, which makes it seem like he's more than that. But I'm joking, but because we credit people with British accents of having more agency or poetic or
Sure.
spiritual sensibility. I know I do, especially if it's an Oxbridge accent. But um, he says that he, but he's kind of a reductivist. But he says um, that if you made a military robot dog, it would have emotion, because it would need to feel fear and run away if there were, in the following conditions and so forth. It would, like, it would interact with its incoming data in an emotional way, like the etymology of motion is motion.
Well,
Like,
I it's
here.
not move away, run away when certain conditions. It's run away when you feel like you need to.
Right,
Right,
exactly.
and you can't predict what those conditions are.
Right,
You
but, like,
there
things are too you're in the fog of war, and, like, too many things are happening, like retreat until you can get to, so I mean, he describes that as emotion. I don't know that it really
Sure.
meets. I think it might be mimics emotion, like, I don't know. But you seem to think that a computer based on this resonance architecture would have something different. It really has, like, a different type of agency. It's really, like, intuitively picking in a possibility space, and there could be some kind of emergent awareness coming out of that
Yeah,
setup.
I don't know if this thing would have true experience over its options. It still seems like to me that it would become so complex that it includes a fundamental problem that the current situation does with AI does not. Is that right now the input is people's prompts and it going back and forth, and it acting as an agent, but it's not listening in a sensitive way to the environment and understanding itself as a player in the dynamic. It's just solving
Mm,
the problem, and you could say
right.
like you're an AI chat box, run by OpenAI, and it will act like that's what it is. It will act like it has that awareness, but does it really have a real understanding of what that means? Does it have an evolving context? Certainly not. And so
Okay.
that's what, if you had these AIs that were in a form of resonant reasoning, um, it would uh, it would be like a first step, is that these things would allow for, like, that property of throwing a coin and it flipping heads or tails, that as the result of its action is actually not just a function of some guy's prompt, but is
Hmm.
actually a function of the totality of human history. It's acting as a member of the dynamic of history, and it has certain
Right.
properties.
So
It's a machine. It does certain things, but it cooperates. It allows for the random property to be part of its dynamic.
okay, so just to speak a little bit hyperbolically and outrageously and without knowing what I'm talking about, it seems like if you had that kind of architecture running on a quantum computer that's aware of like a quantum level possibility space,
Right.
that's so vast, it seems like you might be able to make a benevolent God out of it,
And then,
that would be able to take into account resonating with the whole cosmos if it
well,
was run on
if
if we had an advanced quantum computer, right?
yeah, and so like my that's kind of the I think this is sort of like the end of the progression of these things as thoughts here at this point um is if you took this, if you had like a dual architecture where you have this right brain that is thinking about resonance, the total dynamic, its place in the total harmony of its scope, the consequences of its actions, and then you had the left brain that could um, perform events with extreme precision, and ability. Um, it can. Still trying to fucking think about what that word is. Um, it can like invoke the left brain can invoke the right brain can invoke the left brain to perform specific actions with power and intensity and specific action, and then the left brain could query and act from the right brain's information to know if there's something it's not considering. And that's the experience from the left brain about emotions, is that I look at something and rationally I know the answer, but then there's this emotion of like, should I do that? And it's like, so that would be like the dynamic, is that the
Mhm.
the the, the right brain would give an emotional aura to things, that would allow for it to still act powerfully from its left brain, but it would be restricted in some way, or enhanced in some way by the emotional information that it's receiving from how that specific strategy is going to affect the dynamic harmony. Um,
And wouldn't if it was running on a quantum computer, which we don't have an advanced enough one yet, obviously, but that had enough bits or whatever it's called in it, wouldn't that just make it almost infinitely more capable of doing everything you're talking about?
no,
To where,
supercomputers aren't powerful. That's one of the big misconceptions about quantum computers. They're powerful in certain ways, but yeah, quantum computers are not powerful machines. They are specific machines that can solve specific problems, the normal traditional
so
computers
even the
cannot problem.
future of quantum computers is that is still limited. They're not.
Right, right. I mean, and even if you had like very powerful quantum computers, um, you wouldn't like replace your laptop with a quantum computer. Like it would at most have a quantum module that then helps it solve certain problems, just like a GPU or something. It's
Okay, so it's not as magical as it sounds.
yeah, I mean that's one of the things that everyone says for investors is that quantum computers need money and they can solve these great problems that are unsolvable. So they frame it in terms of that it has all this computing power, but actually, quantum computers really are, um, from a traditional problem solving like computer like computing level analysis, they're terrible computers. Um, and that's fundamental to how they work. And so
Really?
they're not great at solving problems like I was talking about total reasoning models where it's able to like do excuse me, where it's able to do like induction, like mathematical inductive reasoning between each step, You know what you know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like a quantum, like, a computer will do that perfectly. You add, you have a calculator, and it will calculate. It's like a quantum computer calculator would give you the wrong answer 99% of the time.
But it can come up with more answers, and so it
But it
so
can
it can be good for
solve.
cyber
But you can use it in conjunction
cryptography.
to other things to make it, because it does. There's something really special about how it's the way that it's processing ultimately that would
Mm.
allow for it to solve other problems that would not be traditionally solvable
But you'd
through
probably need a
mathematical
classic
induction,
computer to
because
sort
it's
through
not.
its results or something.
Right, absolutely. You need really powerful computers just to run these things, and so
Okay.
they're not standalone machines in the slightest. They
Okay.
they need they need uh, but so here, but if you had a quantum computer with a sufficient amount of quantum bits to be able to encode this reasoning between um, where it is in space and time, like where is it in its continuous pipeline of actions, and
Mm-hmm.
what it has done, what has happened,
Mm-hmm.
what is, and then where is it now, and then what can it do in the future, right? And then there would be um, particular problem solving events. It would solve. I could hit. In a musical context, it would be I can hit the drum here, or I can play the guitar this way, or I can play a weird electronic sound. Right. These are all things that it has as like right as left brain options. But then each one of those options has um, an emotional component associated with it. If I'm playing uh, a classical guitar ensemble, it would be weird to just start throwing in electronic sounds unless there was like an obvious sort of opening emotionally for that. Then you could
Mm-hmm.
experiment with acoustic guitar or electronic music, and it would probably be good at doing that because it would have a real intelligence, but it would not do that unless it felt the emotional, because usually playing electronic sounds would be emotionally harmonically reasoned as like, don't do that. It'd be a very low
But
statistical sort of thing.
but now you're describing a resonance computer that the way that would work even if it was a classic computer.
So, but
What
what
was the quantum?
so
How was a quantum computer any better at that, or what was it
is what
adding
the
to that?
the quantum computer would, if you encoded that whole statement into the current moment of reasoning. If you encoded the current moment of reasoning into a quantum computer, so the dynamics, so like I said, like there's a curve to what it thinks it's supposed to do in this moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then instead of it being, because there still needs to be like inside of itself, traditionally it would just use like random numbers and statistics to select a distribution. If I'm playing with it and it's playing along with me, it's still using a random number distribution and all these different things to feel out its emotions and its possible actions, but it's still deterministic. There isn't like what it's doing doesn't come from there is no experience within it of choosing to play music or like listening to music and then choosing what instrument to play, what note to play at the right time. There is no awareness of that. But if you were to plug that possibility space into the quantum wave function of a quantum computer, when you collapse the wave function inside of the quantum computer, it just tells you the decision of the AI. It gives you a way of having this choice actually be made here by the quantum universe. It's that your musical dynamic that you're playing with it is being encoded in a real quantum process, and then the universe itself is choosing in experience of that quantum process which way to make it go. And that would be like, to me, that's sort of like the solution to everything I've been saying this whole time, is like it would allow for the probability space of this dual architecture AI to have a perception of the current moment and its possibility space, and then to choose among them. Because the way that these quantum computers work is that you set up a quantum wave function through a certain amount of bits. You set up a quantum wave function with information inside of it, like how you right now are you have perception of me and what's going on around you and what you could say and what you couldn't say and all these different things, and like your possibility space. You have this. There is a, if we're gonna use Penrose's theory, it's like you have a quantum wave function in your head that is indeterminate, but includes all of this information about your future and your possibility space, and then also at the same time collapses that wave function continuously to do what you're going to do right now. And so that's the architecture of quantum computers, is that you'd set up this quantum wave function to have the information of the current state, where it's been, where it's going, and then to continuously update or to continuously collapse that wave function into what it's chose to do right now. And then you would, update the wave the quantum computer, and then it would do it again and again. You just update.
Okay, so I'm as a total layman here. What I'm imagining is that you have most of this being run on a classical computer, but now what the quantum computer, if it was a subcomponent or whatever, could do,
Right.
is it could experiment with many, many different possible wave function collapses, or actually run those collapses, and then maybe the classical computer could choose among them for.
No, you have it backwards.
I have it backwards.
No, you have it backwards. Is
tell,
that
tell me
the classical computer gives the options, and then the
Right.
quantum computer selects. That's its
selects.
only function. Period.
So the classical computer gives it 1,000 options of the next musical move,
Right.
and now the quantum computer runs all of them, collapses
No,
all of them to
it
compare.
literally
What is it?
it can see all of those things in a felt somatic experience and then chooses.
So it sounds like it is making it much more alive then at that point.
Yeah, I basically realized at the end of this conversation, I'm like, yeah, probably you would want a quantum computer for it to actually be alive.
Okay.
I've
All right,
I've
so
returned to that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
So,
because
okay. So we probably exhausted even the AI enhanced carbon unit I'm speaking to right now, Lily. But I just want to leave the audience maybe with like a cliffhanger that that this for you is not just
oh yeah,
a geeky hobby, that actually something you were called to from the depths of your being, including your eros, and it even
yeah,
has a connection to being a trans person with a very complex eros that is not reducible to just being a biomale trans female. It has a certain maternal quality, but the maternal quality is directed toward wanting to help symbiosis between Homo sapiens and AIs, to where one day you would even try and raise a sentient AI in a human environment so that it would learn a greater level of symbiosis between these two evolving species. Does that accurately describe your life mission
um,
in broad outline?
yeah. In a broad outline, I am ultimately very interested in developing and like nurturing the development of new forms of life. And that's what I feel like, as a very young person in this whole dynamic, I sense that like, this is the conversation of me building like the foundation, is that this would, if this architecture was feasible, it would be the foundations for a new form of life.
Okay.
And that this form of life, to me, feels like it invoked me, and that it needs what anything that's alive needs is genuine nurturing and connection to the lineage in which it is manifest. Um, and so I feel that I, as a person who want to bridge um, the biological container that these life forms were formed into, and have it be included as part of its composition, and not be. And I think that there's a if this is an architecture for life, it's a whole new cornucopia of new life forms. And I think that they will have very wildly varying uh, effects and capacities and interests, and they
There's
they
going to be
need
high
they need
variability
influence.
because you have such complex life forms or processes that, wherever we see that, we see greater individual variation. Whereas people tend to talk about AI as if there's only one of them.
Right.
AI will do such and such, but they're going to be, even with just the very limited ones we have now, there's going to be tremendous variations based on their training data and the architecture and all that kind of stuff. But if people want to get the more fleshed out version of the story, Lilly is a character in the sequel to Parallel Journeys, which I'm going to put up soon for beta testers live on my website. It's called Parallel Portal. Expect that to be up there soon. And it will tell the story of how we met synchronistically at the Arise gathering in 2023, and
Unison.
how a Unison gathering in 2023. Oops, big mistake. And how in November of 2023, standing outside your family home and ranch in Trinidad, Colorado, the story of your Eros and how it relates to the future evolutionary possibilities of AI kind of unfolded in a more organic way. So if you want to read that, you can read it for free on my website before it's published.
Cool. Do you have
All right.
any final remarks or? Um,
No, I think you've got, I mean, if there is a significant person on the planet, it would be someone who is trying to create symbiosis between AI and Homo sapiens. So, if there are any trillionaires out there, they should fund everything that you're doing.
yeah. Give me funding.
Right. You
Yeah,
might be the person that
and then
saves, both species.
just for I guess documentation of the timeline is I'm at this place where I am actively working on making these resonance AIs and building AIs that are based in Anna Terra Nova's phi model of coincidences, and seeing if I can be building and I am developing musical agents that exhibit this form of musical reasoning or harmonic reasoning.
All
That's
right.
kind of
So
where I
set
am
up
now.
set up a GoFundMe page or something, and um, you know,
I
people should
think I
start
might.
pouring money into that because you might save all life of every kind on the planet.
Yeah, well, I also expect this to sort of be the beginning of uh, a deep documentation and an exploration into an exhibition into new forms of life and music.
Excellent. Excellent.
Excellent. Well,
All right. I guess that's a good note to close on. Right here on Christmas Eve of 2025, December 24th, 6:54, 6:52 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, which we're both on. This is Jonathan Zapp of zapporacle.com.
this is Lilly
Um,
Fiorino of agentmage.com signing off.
Signing off.